Eastbound before Burr, a crash on the left shoulder. Traffic is pretty heavy past Torrance Avenue to the scene. Everything else in Northwest Indiana, A-OK. Next report, 408 News Radio 105.9 WBBM.
Overall cloudy right now, but we're seeing some peaks of the sun downtown. Still warm and humid, a couple of showers and heavy thunderstorms into this evening. A high of 75, a low tonight of 60. Sun and clouds tomorrow, a shower or two into the early afternoon, a high of 70. We've got 68 degrees at O'Hare, 69 Waukegan, 70 Lakefront.
Featuring the news that matters and breaking news at any time. This is Chicago's news, traffic, and weather station. News Radio 105.9 WBBM.
Coming up in the next half hour on News Radio WBBM, Chicago's tipped workers are still on track for a pay bump this summer. We'll tell you why.
This is Andy Dane. It would be devastating completely. Rogers Park residents face eviction after a lengthy rent dispute.
Plus, a federal jury finds Live Nation and Ticketmaster ran an illegal monopoly. The latest on that coming up from CBS News. Sports, Cubs out east to face the Phillies. Sox host the Rays on the south side. And Hawks wrap up their season against the Sharks.
I'm Tom Busby at Bloomberg. Wall Street ends mostly higher. The S&P at a new record high on hopes for more peace talks. The Dow today down 72. The Nasdaq up 377. The S&P adding 56.
4 o'clock.
This is CBS News on the Hour. Your home for original reporting.
I'm Jennifer Kuiper. If you're a concert goer, it may be music to your ears. A jury has found Live Nation and Ticketmaster guilty of acting as a monopoly. CBS's Allison Keyes with more.
Live Nation Entertainment owns, operates, and has an equity interest in hundreds of venues, and its subsidiary Ticketmaster is considered to be the world's largest ticket seller for live events. Legal analyst Lori Levinson says,
we can expect that when the jury finally takes a look at the damages here, it could be a huge amount.
The jury found that Ticketmaster overcharged customers just under $2 per ticket in 22 states. Allison Keyes, CBS News.
President Trump has insisted again the war with Iran is nearly over, but tensions are high in the Gulf over a U.S. blockade. CBS's Cammie McCormick.
An Iranian military commander has threatened to halt trade in the entire Gulf region if the U.S. doesn't lift its blockade on Iranian ports. U.S. naval forces have been warning ships.
The U.S. has announced a formal blockade of Iranian ports and coastal areas. This is illegal action.
The U.S. Central Command says no vessels have made it past U.S. forces since the blockade began. The U.S. has not formally agreed to extend the ceasefire with Iran, but mediators say progress is being made in getting both sides back to the negotiating table.
Millions brace for another day of severe weather, according to this Wisconsin resident.
All of a sudden, the wind picked up. I go run out the front door. The wind's just going sideways, and it's like, whoa. I'm like, holy.
More from CBS's Usher Qureshi.
We can see trees snapped, roofs damaged, and crews are here working to clear debris. Now, overnight, strong storms pushed through parts of Wisconsin, Iowa, and Illinois. Wind gusts topped 60 miles per hour.
Today, the system stretches from Texas up to the northeast. The most severe weather could hit Oklahoma City up to northern Wisconsin. With the partial government shutdown now in its 60th day, House Speaker Mike Johnson says Republicans will move forward with procedures that can get around Democrats' refusal to move. Jason Brooks.
Wall Street benefited from strong gains in semiconductor and financial stocks, and that pushed the S&P 500 and NASDAQ to record highs.
Dow closed down 72 points, but the NASDAQ closed up 377, and the S&P 500 rose 56 points. This is CBS News.
Thanks a lot for tuning in. SubX.News on the spot reporting. It is 4:02 p.m. April 15, 2026. It is tax day. I will be talking about stuff, but we usually have the local news come on next. After that, I'll do a bunch of talking. I got a lot of stuff to talk about today. Yeah, I do. You know what? We got to figure this out. I got to get a better radio for my car. When I'm in the other car, it's good. I'm going to have a call in where you guys can call in and talk. I know it's going to be dangerous because some people probably call in and do some weird stuff. But hey, you know what? The life is weird, so let's open it up. But I'm thinking to start putting out a phone number where you guys can call in and then we could talk about stuff. Kind of like a talk radio show, the old-fashioned ones. So, but SubX.News, thanks for tuning in. We're going to listen to the local news and then figure out what we're going to do next.
Proposed wage freeze. The story from WBBM's Rob Hart.
Representatives of labor and restaurant groups packed the council gallery for this debate, which focused on whether the city's law phasing out the so-called tip credit in Chicago's minimum wage should be paused. West Side Alderman Gilbert Villegas told colleagues the city's restaurants were struggling with higher expenses for everything, including labor.
They're reducing hours and they're reducing staff. And that's not what we want. That's counterproductive.
Alderperson Jesse Fuentes sponsored the original tipped wage phase-out called One Fair Wage. She told colleagues she's committed to a meeting with all sides next week to find other ways to help struggling restaurant owners.
We cannot shift the burden onto labor to say you don't deserve a raise today because everything's too expensive.
30 aldermen voted for the override. That's 4 votes shy of the 34 necessary. Villegas says the effort to pause the wage law is not over.
There will be a round 2.
Rob Hart, News Radio 105.9 WBBM.
A lengthy standoff over rent prices in Rogers Park, resulting in eviction notices.
We kind of see this as just clear retaliation.
Maya Azul is an organizer with the All Chicago Tenant Alliance, which helped residents of 4 different Rogers Park apartment buildings along Damon Avenue unionize after their buildings were acquired by a developer and rent skyrocketed.
New landlord buys the building, trying to push the current tenants out, and is now doing so using the eviction process.
Azul says residents in 59 unionized units who began a rent strike last year now face eviction and continue to call for fair negotiations.
It's really hard to rent right now in Chicago. A lot of the neighborhoods are going through the same thing. The process of gentrification, it's hard to say where people would go.
Andy Dane, News Radio 105.9 WBBM.
We've reached out to ARC Management for comment. 3 people hospitalized after a fire in Rogers Park. It happened in an apartment building this morning at the corner of Lunt and Greenview. Kyle, who lives down the block, says he saw firefighters rescue 2 people who were trapped in the 3rd floor apartment where it appears the fire might have started.
Fire truck tried to use a ladder that's on top of the truck to basically push it to the window, and there was a tree in the way, so the tree didn't let the ladder get to the window, so they had to pull 2 other ladders from the truck and put it against the wall, climb up and take each person down one by one. And they had like black soot all over them and smoke all over them.
The fire department spokesperson says crews also had to resuscitate some pets. Unclear how many people were displaced by the fire, but 3 windows on the top floor have been boarded up. The woman has reached a $60 million settlement after she lost the use of her legs after a crash in an expressway construction zone.
Sarah Grassner has to use a wheelchair after the 2022 crash that sent her car into a ditch. Attorneys for the 31-year-old woman from Minooka say she was hit by a car that swerved to avoid a giant pothole on I-55 near Renwick Road in Will County. A pothole Clifford Law contends was the result of contractors milling the pavement too deep and allowing traffic on the road at 65 miles an hour. A lawsuit against nearly a dozen construction companies was set for trial this week. Grassner's attorney says the settlement will help her cope with the physical, mental, and emotional needs for decades to come. Nancy Hardy, News Radio 105.9 WBBM.
Family members of a Chicago area native who disappeared in Ecuador last week said their loved one has died. Greg Krupa had been living in the South American country for roughly 13 years, but grew up in Forest Park. He was last seen in the capital city of Quito on Thursday, April 9th. Now his family has confirmed that he died from injuries after he fell. A GoFundMe has been set up and will announce the plans for a celebration of life in the coming days. And the city of Des Plaines preparing for anticipating flooding along the Des Plaines River beginning tonight and continuing through later this week. City departments are coordinating efforts to ensure that residents' safety and they minimize property damage. You can pick up sandbags, which can be used as flood barriers at the Public Works facility on Joseph Schwab Road. Residents can visit the city's website or social media for the latest updates. It's 4:08, and the flooding and the water affected a lot of the roads last night, but let's check in and see if anything's happening today, Neil Fiorito.
Well, we're going to start with, speaking of water, the Des Plaines River here in Joliet. You are jam-packed on Ruby Street because apparently the bridge went up and a barge made its way through and the bridge never went back down again. So you're stuck at the Ruby Street Bridge at the river. The best bet right now is to use Jackson. That's the closest bridge to you. Again, that Ruby Street Bridge is stuck up in the air. We know that because Alan called in to tell us on the WBBM Mercedes-Benz of Open Estates traffic tip line. We appreciate the call, Alan, 855-780 Road. Now we head to the north suburbs along the Edens coming inbound where you're stop and go before Tower down to Toohey. A rollover crash. It looks like multiple lanes are now blocked on the inbound Edens. Again, at Toohey Avenue, a 45-minute ride in for now. With the Gapers delay out, you're looking at 18 to Lake Cook Road. On the Kennedy Expressway, delays coming inbound before Cumberland to Ogden, about an hour to drive in. Going outbound 33 to Montrose, 5 minutes slower in the express lanes. 52 to head out to O'Hare. The Eisenhower on the way out, heavy from the Jane Byrne to First, and then past 83. It looks like a crash on the shoulder. Hour 10 out to the Jane Addams, and hour 5 to drive in. The Stevenson getting out to the Tri-State, 48 minutes, an hour 3 to 355, and close to 40 minutes inbound. Southside, the Dan Ryan up to 40 minutes out, 18 minutes in. 57 going out 18 and 27 on the outbound 4. A lot of traffic through the work zone from 115 to 159th Street. Typical delays on DuSable Lakeshore Drive and across the tollways. Really nothing out of the ordinary. Route 53, your usual delays either way through Rolling Meadows because of ongoing construction. That's why you're seeing backups along I-80 through the work zone either way. Westbound Briggs to Larkin and eastbound from Briggs as well. In northwest Indiana, a delay continues on 8094 eastbound before Burr. Crash cleared from the left shoulder. Next report from the Metro Traffic Center, 418 News Radio 105.9 WBBM.
We do have a flood watch through late tonight because we have some more showers and thunderstorms in the forecast into tonight. A high today of 75, a low tonight of 60, and tomorrow, more showers and thunderstorms in the afternoon with a high of 69. April showers bring May flowers, right? Keep reminding yourself of that. 70 at O'Hare, 69 Waukegan, 70 Lakefront. Stocks mix, the NASDAQ and the S&P in the green, Dow down by 72. It's 410. This is the story.
Here we go. April showers bring May flowers. Let's remember that, right? Thanks for tuning in. Man, look at that guy. He just crossed over 3 lanes of traffic. That guy, did you just see him? See that guy there? He crossed 3 lanes of traffic. Right there in the Audi with the temp plate. Audi temp plate. There you go, crossing 3 lanes of traffic. No wonder people flip over, right? Well, so hopefully everybody got their taxes done. I got my taxes done today, and they were just accepted. I used Free Tax USA. It was pretty straightforward. I usually use TaxAct. I've been using TaxAct for almost 10 years, 10 or 15 years, I think. And then finally this year, I don't know, I was tired. I didn't want to pay because TaxAct, you have to pay. There's some free, some pay, and plus I run my own business, SubX.News. So I went with this Free Tax USA. It's IRS approved, and it was straightforward. I didn't pay anything. I paid something for the state, and that was it. And I just got confirmation my taxes were approved. That doesn't mean it's okay, but they were approved and taken by the feds and the state. I mean, I paid. I had to pay. So I think I put it up there how much I paid. I mean, I didn't make no money. I'm like in the hole right now. So my wife luckily said, all right, I'll pay your whatever. I don't know, what do you call it? It's not a fine. It's a tax, right? I paid the tax. I didn't pay a fine. So she goes, here's my debit card. And I said, yeah, honey, I'm a little broke. I was doing some teaching the last few days. That check hasn't cleared yet. So my wife borrowed me some money to pay my taxes today. So that's all right. So we're good on it. We're good on the tax. The big story, I don't know if you guys heard a couple of things. The guy that was busting up the fire department cars with the axe, he was arrested 3 days ago. Everybody heard that story, right? Unfortunately, there was a mother and son death on the west side. I hear he was a very good politician. People really liked him on the west side. I don't know the names right off the bat of my head. I apologize for it. Deeds, maybe that's what their name was, or Deems. I'll look it up. I don't want to get in an accident as I'm driving. But and they're well known in the political sphere. They were a good family. The dad died a few years ago. He had a double lung transplant, and now they found the mom and the son passed away in the house. The mom had 3 shots to the chest, and he had a shot to the head. So it might be a murder-suicide. So just from reading it, it looks like the family had a hard time. And I say this: if you're having any trouble, give somebody a call, will you? There ain't no reason to take anything on your back, right? You know, and there's a lot of things that happen. We talk about a lot of things on SubX.News. Please don't. Nothing is there's a lot of serious things, but nothing's that serious. And as we talked about before, there's you have God will help you, but there's a bunch of us out there. Reach out to people, or anybody, I don't care, reach out to a stranger, say, hey, I'm having some trouble, and just talk about it, right? Get through it, right? If there's no reason that thing is so bad that you have to take drastic measures on yourself or a family member. So that's just wanted to say that. The other big story that's hidden, and they're not talking about this on WBBM, is they're trying to pass a law. It's in committee now. There's witness slips not passed. I threw it a couple of times on our page. Please be a witness. I'm not telling you how to be a witness. You might be for it. You might be against it. But the legislation is trying to be passed in Illinois to strip municipalities and individuals, both. This is a democratic, autocratic, tyrannical. I don't even know if it's communist, because communists don't do this kind of stuff. They might. This is straight tyranny. They want to strip municipalities and individuals to remove homeless encampments from public spaces, unless it's an imminent danger. Period. Yet you can prove. Meaning, you wouldn't be able to remove homeless people. Remember that one video I made a couple years ago? There was the homeless guys on the north side. I forget what that was. It was by the one police station. But they were living on people's grass, on their house grass, on their front lawn. And everybody's making complaints. And the alderman said, oh, that's a public way. You can't throw people off. They were on somebody's grass in front of their house, and he couldn't get rid of them. And the aldermen were making lies. So this law would not allow you to remove them. The law would not allow the city to remove them. It specifically targets cities. It says cities would have no right to remove any homeless person on a public park or public way unless they proved imminent danger. They would not have the right. And individual, I'll read it right here. You know what? I'm gonna pull over here I'm gonna read it. It's on our page. It's the most authoritarian dictator law there is. That means that you can't remove homeless people from our public spaces and public ways. There's nothing higher level of somebody stripping people's rights away. It's unbelievable. When I seen this the first time I seen this was just a couple of days ago, I said, this gotta be one of those onion laws. This has gotta be one of those joke laws, right? Or something like that. You know what I mean? How sometimes people do things and they put it up and you're like, what? Nah, that can't be true. That's outrageous. There's no way that can be true, right? Let me read what the law says. I'll read it verbatim. And I forget which one it is. House Bill, I don't know what it is. 104, something like that. It's on our page. Listen to this. Amends the Bill of Rights for the Homeless Act. Prohibits. That's the word. That's the first word they use. Prohibits. Prohibits the state or a unit of local government from creating, did you just see? I'm going to repeat it. Prohibits the state or a local or a unit of local government from creating or enforcing policies or ordinances imposing fines or criminal penalties against people experienced unsheltered homelessness for occupying or engaging in life-sustaining activities on public property. Provides exceptions to maintain access to property or address risks to public health and safety. Creates a necessity defense. I'll explain what that means. For charges alleging violation of laws criminalizing life-sustaining activities while the individual was experiencing unsheltered homelessness. Defines terms, limits the exercise of current home rule powers. That is the worst one at the end. Two things when it says prohibit. Prohibit home rule power. So they're stripping all municipalities in the state of Illinois, every municipality in the state of Illinois, of home rule power. That means towns can't enact their own rules about homelessness or people that are homeless in their towns and on public spaces and public ways. The other thing that's more dangerous, besides the prohibit stuff, I think this is an illegal law on its surface. The home rule, you can't do that. Is they say life sustaining. So a guy can say, well, taking meth is life sustaining. Do you see the wording here? So it prohibits cities from enforcing homeless rules, and it prohibits us from removing them. And this is the other language that you got to hear. I used to do this contract work. I know what language means. Creates a necessity defense. That means a necessity defense is what? You have to prove that your rights override his rights, because it's a necessity for him to have homeless rights. That's what you have to prove. It's extreme. That's the most extreme anti-rights law. That doesn't even protect homeless people. It don't. It creates a criminal class that can't be touched. That's a pure criminal law. That makes criminals there. That's a nice picture there, huh? See that nice cop there? It's a pure criminal law. I call it a pure criminal law because it creates criminals. That's all that law does. Nothing else. That's a criminal law. You heard? I'm here. I'm not making this up. I'm not inventing this. There you go. There you go. That's it. It's on my page. Where are they going to go, Greg? That's the other part of this. The other part of it, where the activists are now talking, I voted against. I put a witness slip against. You can be a witness pro or against. I'm not telling you which way to go. I was against. Because it's stripping you of your rights, stripping my city of my rights, which is wrong. You should never do that. All the advocates say, they didn't say where they're going to go. They didn't say no funding. They didn't say anything. So this is one of those laws that says you don't have a right to have a safe environment, a safe park. You don't. And we're not going to help the homeless. They're going to be in your park. They're going to be on your sidewalk. They're going to be in your alleys. They're going to be wherever they want to be. They can be under bridges where they lit a fire and they messed up I-55 for 2 years. Remember that one? I got a video coming up. I'm going to show you some stuff that I've been working on. Remember the fire? It messed up the I-55 on-ramp, right? From the Dan Ryan. They were living under there. So they can live there now. According to this law, they can live under there legally. The state wouldn't be able to get rid of them. That's the Democrats. That's Chris Welch. And they talk about no kings. That's beyond the king. That power is above the. Basically, the home rule is above the king. The home rule is king stuff, right? That's what the home rule is. Home rule says Mundelein can have a no parking law, where Oak Lawn you can have a parking law. It doesn't matter. We like parking. Mundelein don't like parking. So each municipality can have different laws. That's the home rule. Everybody knows what the home rule is, right? And where does home rule come in? Meaning that each locality has its own issues. Meaning each locality has its own king, so the king can make his rules, right? His own home rules, where he lives. That's the home rule. It goes back long, like Magna Carta stuff, right? So imagine these no king people, the no kings protesters, are going above the rights of the people to self-determine how and where they're going to live and how they're going to do what? Regulate their own spaces. And what do the no kings people say? Oh, you're telling us what to do. That's this. One more time. That's right there. That's it. I'm not making this stuff up. I am not making this stuff up. It's right there. Those are the people. And I'm telling you, I'm a lifelong Democrat. I'm lifelong. I only voted Republican once. Once. When I voted for Donald Trump. And now this last time, I pulled a Republican ballot. So twice, you can say, right? That's outrageous. That's beyond tyranny. That's putting you in prison. That's putting a criminal in your park. That's putting a criminal in your park and saying you can't call the cops. And a guy can say, I'm on meth. That's my life-sustaining activity, right? They put in all those words specifically to strip every person of their rights, to strip every city of our rights. Why would you do that? What kind of a human being would do that? To strip their own constituents of their rights? That's a strange thing, because the Democrats always say they're for the people's rights, right? It's strange, isn't it? That's some wild stuff. I just read it to you. That's not even no joke. It's House Bill 1429. I think I got links to be a witness against it or for it. You can be for it. I'm not telling you. I don't tell it. Listen, we don't tell people how to vote. We're not into that stuff. You can vote Democrat, Republican, Independent, for it, against it. It does. Oh man, I wanted to take a picture of me on the sand here. I kidding. I usually do it like I do a little bit of on Wednesdays I do a hump day picture, right? I guess I can't do it. We'll go out to find another hill somewhere. There you go. We got a beach here, right? You know what? I'll just take a picture. You guys indulge me for 1 second, all right? But that is a crazy law, and that's the biggest story for today, besides the taxes, right? You pay the government, they're fine. They're okay. You know what I'm talking about? The government's the government. You give them some money, they're fine, man. They don't bother. Yeah, I run a Jeep club in Chicago, so I take a Wednesday is my hump day pictures, and I usually do them in the morning. Today I didn't, so thank you for indulging me. Let's keep going. So that's a crazy, crazy law. And again, when I seen it and people are saying vote against it, I couldn't believe what I was reading. I still can't believe what I'm reading as I read it to you. That someone even put that on ink. Did you hear Jesse Fuentes? Did you hear the alderman about this wage tip law? She goes, I don't care if prices go up. That's their problem. Like, so you want to bankrupt businesses? And I got a story about that. They destroy businesses. There's a guy, Richard Berg. He works at the teachers union now. He was a corrupt official at the Teamsters. He stole money. They caught him stealing money. And they threw him out and banned him. He was against Jimmy Hoffa, and it was the Teamsters for Democratic Union and all this, right? Whatever. But he did some money, he moved it around, and he got thrown out and banned. But this guy's record is, you know what his record is? He goes to companies, and when he goes on strikes and does their contracts, a year or two later, they shut down. So everybody loses their job. Everybody loses their job. So, yeah, you might have got a short-term raise, But now you have no money. And when the company goes out of business, guess what? You lose everything, the pensions and all of that stuff. Everybody knows that, right? Because you're not putting money into the pensions anymore. People don't realize that, right? That the way you fix an economy, the way you fix business, the way you fix crime is through working, through making money. When there's money in the system, you can do stuff. You can hire police. You can fix the flooding. You can fix the potholes. You can hire more inspectors. You can hire more people for homelessness issues, right? You can fire. The more money you have, the more business you have, the more things you can do, right? I don't know what I can do here. Hey, Chewy, what's up?
How you been?
All right, you heard what I was talking about?
Yeah, I'm watching it now.
Yeah, all righty. You want to talk about that bill or what?
Yeah.
All right, we got Chewy on. We got Chewy on. He's my homeless expert here in Chicago. He's been doing this for 20 years, and I might have mischaracterized it as I talk, and maybe he'll tell you about what this is about. Go ahead, Chewy. You got the floor. Introduce yourself, by the way.
Well, I called. Okay. Well, my name is Chewy. I'm a person who used to be homeless, and well.
You turn down the volume on the whatever you're doing there.
Yeah. I was just
Yeah, because then you get the feedback. Yeah. Turn down the volume there.
Well, 1 second. Because I got 2 things on.
Yeah, I got 3 things. Thanks for calling in, my brother.
Yeah, I'm watching you right now. Wait 1 second. Let me turn this.
Chewy is a local homeless expert. I've been working with him for almost 20 years. We know each other about 20 years now.
Yeah. All right. So, can you read that again? Because this is the first time I'm hearing about this.
Oh, that law? You don't even know about it?
No.
So so why wouldn't they come to you and ask you if this is a good thing?
I don't know. You know.
Do you see what I'm talking about? So,
yeah,
exclusive here. One of the premier homeless experts in Chicago doesn't know about this law that they're passing. That's an exclusive. You're exclusive, my brother.
Well, here's the thing. I sit on the board. Well, I sit on the as a co-chair of the Lived Experience Commission for people who are homeless here in Chicago, and we're working on providing places for people to go.
Right. So you ready for me to read it? So amends. Yeah, so you might have helped build this law. It amends the Bill of Rights for Homeless Act. So maybe you worked on that before. I don't know. So this amends it, and this is the amendments. Prohibits the state or a unit of local government from creating or enforcing policies or ordinance imposing fines or criminal penalties against people experiencing unsheltered homelessness for occupying or engaging in life-sustaining activities on public property. Provides exception to maintain access to property or address risks to public health and safety. Creates a necessity defense for charges alleging violation of laws criminalizing life-sustaining activities while the individuals experience unsheltered homelessness. Defines terms limits the exercise of current home rule powers. That's the amendment, right? So it's saying you can't make laws against homelessness on public property. That's basically what it is. And a part of it says even residents can't make complaints. If you make a complaint, that's not enough to get a person off the property. That's what the rule is. So it's basically pitting people against each other. That's the way I see it.
That's the way I see it too.
And it shouldn't be. And that when I was reading about this, when people were talking about it online, they're like, yeah, there's no provisions, there's no funding to stop homelessness. There's no, hey, this is what we're gonna earmark 50 million or 100 million to fight homelessness, or we're gonna do this or that. There's none. There's no funding here. There's nothing involved in this stuff. It's just saying you can't make complaints anymore and can't remove people off of public property. So there you go. That's my view of it. I read it to you, so I don't know. You tell me, what do you think? Good, bad? What's your views on this?
A little bit of good, a little bit of bad.
Okay.
You know, I'm seeing that, you know, okay, the fines and the penalizing of people who are homeless. I mean, come on. How are they going to pay?
Yeah, it's like, if you're poor, the red light cameras, same thing, right?
Yeah,
Regressive tactics. They put the cameras in poor neighborhoods, right? To steal their cars, right?
About occupying and as a person who used to occupy an abandoned home,
right?
I'm not for that.
Not for occupying certain areas. That's what you're saying, right?
Yeah, well, if it's abandoned, you know, if it's abandoned and there are people who are gonna live in it to fix it, then I'm all for it. But if it's abandoned and I'm just living in it just to live in it, no.
Yeah, and you know, I'm a little more radical than you, Chewy. I say take over abandoned properties, homeless people and people that have issues, but I agree with that, to fix them, not to just take them over. I say we should take over abandoned properties to fix them. And you can say, well, property rights. Well, if it's abandoned, you're not taking care of it. Then that's another issue.
I'm for that too, but you know, I'm about helping the community. I'm not just about occupying the space just to occupy it. If I'm going to occupy a space, I better be contributing to that community and not being a problem to that community.
And look, we all know the unhoused community has a lot of issues bigger than just not having a house. See, that's the other part of this, that's what the advocates that are pro helping the unhoused but anti this bill are saying that it does nothing for the unhoused. It's just pitting it's like creating a conflict. It's not resolving an issue. You kind of get where I'm going with that one, right? It's like you said, you can occupy a building, but if you're fixing it, well, okay, that's good. But if you're occupying a building to do illegal stuff or bad stuff, then that's not good. And I even say, even like we're watching a tent here I'm over up on Montrose, I don't even mind occupying parks as long as you have a safe space. You have toilet facilities, you have wash facilities, even a cooking facility, and so it's safe for others, right? For children or other people. And there's, you know what I mean? I believe parks should be used for that. Why not? Why can't we use a park as a place where people without homes can live, but as long as it's safe for them and others?
As long as it's safe and not putting anyone else in harm. That's what I'm for.
So according to this rule or this law now, they're saying you can't make complaints if it's unsafe, basically. You have to prove that above their life-sustaining thing. So I don't even get how that's a really weird worded law, and you can't prove that. Anybody can say, hey, I have to live out here, right? So I don't know. So what else is going on, Chewy? See, we're gonna see all these tents here, right? I'm gonna show you guys. We're right here. We're on the issue. We got the premier expert, and we have unhoused people right in front of you. You're gonna see we're over at Montrose. We got some. I'll show you this right here, right? We got tents right here. I don't know if you can see this here. I hope I don't drive over that divvy bike there.
Don't
make me crash, Chewy.
You should have picked me up. I live right off Belmont and Sheffield.
There we go. What do you mean? I used to live over there. You're in my old neighborhood, my brother, by the Vic Theater over there.
Yep.
Yeah, I used to live right there. I used to live underneath the L tracks over there. My street don't exist anymore. I used to live on Berry and Wilton over by.
Oh yeah, I see the tents.
Yeah, right there. So there you go. You see these tents. So, what do we do about this? Look, you can see some things are on fire. He's stripping some wires there, right? There's some debris here. You know, I guess, I mean, if you want to cordon off an area and let them live in the park, I guess that's all right. I mean, what's your feelings when you see this? I know I don't mean to cause you trauma, because I know you've been homeless before, so have I. But what do you think when you see this? I mean, what do you think? What's the solution to this, my brother?
The solution is give them housing, or tiny homes. Use that space to create tiny homes for those people to live in, instead of them using those tents right there.
See? I agree with that. I don't even mind tents in the park, but you can't then tell me I can't do certain things in the park. We have to have fair rules, right? If you say you can't camp in the park, and I want to camp, then you give me a ticket. That's not so. How about you make designated zones, right? I don't know what you would call it. You want to put labels on people, but you put a designated home, right? Like, hey man, if you're, like they just said, life-sustaining places, but you need washrooms, you need showers, and you need cooking facilities. You can't just throw people in the park and say, see, that's the problem with this, isn't it? Where's the washrooms? Where's the showers, and how do they cook, right?
Yeah.
They have to use propane, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know what's going on, right? I mean, I get it. Everybody has problems, and then we have to take care of it, but that's it. So, you as an advocate, what do you think, besides giving people houses and spaces, what do you think about a law like this? I mean, when you first hear about that, you know how I talk. You know me for many years, and I know that's why you call in and say, what is this? I never heard of this. That's the first news that's important for SubXers, that one of the guys that sits on the commissions for homelessness and on housing in the state and the city doesn't hear about this. So that's bad, right, Chewy? Do you guys got lawyers or people that give you advice, or how often?
Different places. How does that saying go? I just say different places pass laws for different reasons.
Right.
I don't know where that is coming from.
Right.
You know. In what part of who introduced it? I need to know the background to this.
Yeah, because hey, you're a quiet guy, and everybody should know Chew. You should meet him. You should get onto his Facebook page. He's a good man. This is the guy you want to talk to about issues in the city. He's smart. He knows a lot of stuff, and he's dedicated his entire life to fighting these issues. He's the guy. If you want to know stuff, he is. So when he calls into our show and says, I don't know about this, that's a first red flag. That's the first red flag, that he doesn't know about it. The second thing is why are we creating a conflict? This is not against homeowners, park goers, and downhouse. That's the way I see this law. You know what I mean, Chewy? I see this as creating conflicts, not resolving them. And that's a lot of us on the internet have been saying, like, what is this? This doesn't solve the homeless issue, downhouse issue. It creates more division, more us and them, right? You know what I mean?
Yep.
And you know that, and if anybody knows Chewy, he's been on the show for many, many times. This isn't an us or them. Anyone can be homeless at any time. It's no joke. Don't think it's a joke, and don't think it can't happen to you. Don't think that way. Nah, that's not how it is. And just because someone's in a tent or in a house, that don't mean they're a bad person. Absolutely not. They're in a situation, even if they're on drugs, even if they're doing crime. That's other issues. Those are other issues, but you can't say because you're homeless, you're that. Now if you're on a sidewalk, you're bothering people, if you're creating a mess or creating a nuisance, now that's another issue. Can't you think?
Yeah. Just recently I came from LA.
All right, go ahead, talk about it, Chewy. Talk about it.
Yeah, just recently I came from LA and I seen the same problem over there. Same problem over there. They got people who are homeless everywhere, and it's not it's weird, you know.
Like, what do you mean? I've been to LA. It's crazy out there. It's bad.
Yeah, it is.
It smells, right? It smells. It's like they don't care, but they keep saying they care, right? It's weird, isn't it? Did you get that vibe out there?
Yeah, I got that vibe. I actually went to, I wanted to see what's the hype about Hollywood Boulevard.
Oh, yeah?
And, you know, what's the whole hype about Hollywood Boulevard? And really, everywhere you go around Hollywood Boulevard, you see people who are homeless hanging out in the sidewalks, sitting on benches, you know. So, it's weird.
And this is what I say, my brother. Where are the services? I don't know how. Do you know? I don't know. I don't want to put you on the side. Do you know about how much we spend in the city or state or county on the unhoused issues? Do you know about how much? What is it? 100 million, 50 million, or what?
A lot.
A lot, right?
Yeah.
But like you said, you've been in LA, and they spend a lot more in California. But you don't ever see services, do you? It's weird, isn't it? Why are they sitting? You would figure during the day, 9 to 5, you would be doing some services, giving some job training. Maybe giving some, I met these guys. I don't know if you know the guys from Humboldt Park. They do their, mobile showers. You ever see those guys?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. I talked to them. I interviewed them a few times. That's a great thing. They come up to encampments and they let people take showers. And they clean themselves and they bring clean clothes. So they're not sitting around in a park or like you said in Hollywood Boulevard, you know, a little disheveled. Maybe they smell a little bit, whatever it is, because you're homeless. You don't have showers. But these guys go out during the day and they take care of this stuff. So why isn't the city doing that, right?
Yeah, the city should be having that. And the thing is about these mobile showers, they just don't stay in Chicago. They move everywhere.
And it's a good thing. I talk to them. I tell them I want to do like a cooking thing. I don't know if you remember, and I don't know if you're down in by Pilsen. The migrants were hanging out by one police station. They had a big encampment there. It was a big one. Now it's all fenced. It's strange because the CHA fenced the land off to kick people out. That's a weird thing. I don't know why CHA would fence off their own land. They're supposed to do housing. But the migrants liked it. And they had their own little, like, system in there. They had showers, I believe. They had toilets there. And they even cooked there. But they said it was safer because they could self-regulate. You know what I'm talking about? They controlled it, and then they kicked them out. And I think most people that I've talked to there on house, they're not dumb. They're smart, like me and you. I mean, if you can live out in a tent in the middle of a city, you're not that dumb. You know what I mean? You can survive. You're surviving without a house. That's pretty resilient. The thing is just they're in a situation, whatever situation it is, whether it's money, whether it's substance abuse, whether it's psychological, whatever it is. Maybe it's just a way of lifestyle. Who knows? I don't know. A lot of people have, but they're resilient. If you can live in a park without security and walls, you're pretty resilient. They just say they need a chance or give them a spot. Most people that I talk to, they want a spot. You know what I mean? That's safe. You know, like you know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah, they want a space for themselves, a space that reflects them.
So how long is the waiting list now? Why don't you tell people on housing in Chicago? Is it bad still?
Let's just say this.
I don't want to put you on the spot, my brother. You're political. Chewy's more political than I am, if you can hear him.
I keep asking myself, why do we create more lists? Why do we have all this list of people when we don't have enough housing. We have a huge backlog of listing for housing, not only in the city, but in the state of Illinois. And we don't have enough housing.
But they're making lists, right?
Yep, but they're making lists. They're making lists. Every day, it's like more people get added to the list, and I'm like, well, where's the housing?
So why do we make a list if there isn't no housing? See, and look, you know me from the union. That's how me and Chewy know each other. I should disclose that. One day, me and Chewy might do a podcast of how we met and what the crazy things we used to do together. But one of the things that Chewy knows me about, I'm in for self-sustaining and improvement because I used to teach carpentry. I believe in like Jimmy Carter's model. Let's build houses with people. That way, not only did they get a house, they feel it's their own they built. It wasn't given to them, right? Like you just said, right? It's my place that I helped build. And we have all these abandoned buildings, even a factory. Why don't we convert a factory to housing? We can't have little houses inside of a factory, right? What do you think about that idea? That's my crazy idea.
Yeah, they should take over abandoned, just like they're taking over abandoned homes, take over abandoned factories, and convert them go in there and convert them into small places where people can live.
Yeah, you don't need that much. And when somebody gets on their feet, makes a lot of money, or wants to move out, they can move out. Maybe they just stay there because that's their lifestyle. Don't take this wrong, anybody here that's listening. I've been homeless. I've been homeless. I've been addicted. I've been on substances. I've done all of that stuff. I'm through the grace of God, I've been clean 30 years now, and I'm not glorifying myself or anything like that. That's just through God that gave me the grace to live a clean and sober life and to have a place in a family. But some people, they're all right with it. I mean, it's their lifestyle, and it's not good or bad. It's just the way it is, because either they're mobile, they don't have kids, or whatever it is. But if we give them the space, I've interviewed a lot of people in the parks. The first thing they want is security. They want to be safe. There's no one that's on the street that wants to be unsafe, and no one even discusses that one, Chewy. You know what I'm talking about, right?
I'll tell you this much. I bet if you go talk to those people right there, none of them want to live there.
Exactly. Exactly, my brother. You just said it. You're saying some crazy stuff today. I'm going to have to quote you. We're going to write a big article tomorrow about what you're saying. It's very important. Yeah.
None of them want to be there. They don't. It's situations in life that they end up there, but hey, none of them ask to be there. None of them want to be there.
And look, sometimes you get into a situation and things look, and this is what happens. Like you said, you were in LA. You're an unhoused advocate. Think about this, everybody. Chewy is an advocate for this. He's on commissions. He's an important person. And he goes to LA and he says, wow, it's bad here. He's not putting the people down, but he says something's going on here. Why am I seeing this in this place?
Right? It kind of made me think, okay, they wanted me to go check out this place called The Pit.
Okay.
I don't know if you've been to California.
Right.
But outside of California or outside the city, they have this long, like even blocks long of people who live in tents. And these are people who are homeless.
Okay.
And they're like, because I went to a convention in California. That's what I was there for. And they told me, you have time to go sightsee. And I'm like, okay, I'll go sightsee. And they wanted me to go see this place. I'm like, just look at every block and you can see it. I don't need to go over there and see where people are living.
And then there's those blocks where they live in the RVs. I don't know if you were in LA. There's the part where the railroad tracks are. It's in LA. It's a little, I don't know if it's North LA or wherever it is, but it's really bad. It's like by the expressway, and it's all bad. And the first thing you see is it's shocking because it's LA. You like you said, movie stars and fancy stuff, and you see this stuff and it's shocking. The second part of it is, like I always say, where is the services? I don't see any services. And you see this, you would figure you'd have a medical tent, washrooms, showers, something, but you don't see anything. There's no services happening. It's like, I don't understand it.
But I'll tell you this much. I've learned that these encampments have leaders.
Okay.
And the leaders are the ones who provide for the encampments.
Okay.
I can't say for sure here in Chicago if that's the way they operate. Okay. But if that's the way they operate, well, it's organized, but it's not that well organized as they should be.
Right.
You know, and each time you have new people come in, it's like, what else can they do? Because every single time, you got another person who becomes homeless.
You kind of like talking about setting up a system in there. I always when I talk to guys, I like under bridges, but the big ones, the ones where you remember I was talking about the one they had a fire on the I-55, it damaged it, right? The metal. But if you had the tall bridges like under the Dan Ryan, like behind, like over there by Halstead, you can make encampments there where the metal is safe and have a fenced in area that it's secure, right? And have somebody pay them or give them a wage, whatever it is. You keep it safe. And then the last thing I want to say is, because we know there's substance issues here. You make a safe space for that too. I know people might not like what I say. They might not like what I have to say, Chewy, but you can't ignore it and you can't hide it. And if they got it, then you give them a place to do their stuff. It's safer than being on the street and being in danger. You know what I'm talking about?
Pretty much.
It's hard to. I can talk to you like this because I know you and you know me, and I know the situation, and I know your situation. You know my situation. But regular people who have never been homeless can't understand what we're talking about. It's something. I don't even know how to explain it. It's hard. You know what I'm talking about, Chewy? You can't explain it. It's not easy to explain.
Yeah.
And yes, is there bad stuff that's happening? Yes, do homeless people, unhoused people are involved in some things that are illegal, and there's vagrancy, and like you said, you're in the middle of a LA Hollywood stars and you're seeing this and like, this shouldn't be. See, even you say it shouldn't be here. So what is the solution? Well, the solution is the people that are making the rules, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, the solution is housing.
Right. But they're not coming up with the housing solutions. In fact, they're causing more trouble. They're making it expensive. How's your place? You don't have to get into your personal, super personal. Is it reasonable for you? Are you going to be able to sustain yourself there where you can continue there, or is it unsustainable where the prices are going to go? You heard about Rogers Park. A bunch of people just got evicted, right? They had a rent coalition and they just got thrown out of 3 buildings in Rogers Park.
Wow.
Yeah, 3. It was just on the news. Yeah, just now. So, will you be able to live there for a little while without it worrying about how expensive it is?
I hope. I gotta look into that one.
Belmont and Sheffield is not cheap over there. Not no more.
No, it's not cheap at all.
You're in the high rent district there. So, all right, hey, you got anything to say to people, how they can get a hold of you, how they can get involved? Go ahead and give them it, Chewy.
Well, I did respond to a few people on your in your chat.
Okay.
I'm like, it's me. I'll talk to you. Yeah, but I will post a link and you guys can send me messages directly.
Yep, Chewy's a good man. He's been doing this a long time. And when he called, I thought of two things, Chewy. Two things. I said something wrong, or you didn't know what was going on.
The second one.
Okay. Woo-hoo. Hey, wow, I'm glad. I always love you, my brother. And look, we need to keep each other in check, and we need to check in on each other and do the things that help each other out. And that's what conversations are about. But I'm telling you, Chewy calling in, that's a big thing here. So you guys get a hold of him. Go ahead.
I seen you on, and I'm like, okay, let me see what the heck he's talking about, and and then after that, I'm like, okay, I'm gonna see what he's talking about, and then get on the computer and do my investigating over here.
And now we got Chewy going. I'm sure he's gonna make a few more calls and say, what's this about? Who did this one again?
Yeah.
All right, my brother, thank you very much. We're gonna listen to some 5 o'clock news. You're at Belmont, Sheffield. What I do is, if I'm around, I get a little time, I'll just shoot you a link, and maybe we'll go out for dinner or something, okay?
Yeah. All right, man.
I appreciate you. I always love you, and thank you for calling in, all right? And by the way, I think we got an anniversary coming. We might be up on our 20th anniversary of friendship, okay?
All right, man.
All right, brother. Thank you for calling, okay?
All right, you too.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
There you go. Why don't we listen to some 5 o'clock news? Yeah, Kivon, you know what I mean. It's a strange thing. And let me listen to some 5 o'clock. But Chewy is the guy. You want to hook up with him. He knows a lot of stuff, okay? Hook up with Chewy. Listen to some news, okay?
Is when the internal messages came out and the jury saw that, in fact, Live Nations internally were calling customers so stupid and boasting that the company could rob them blind. And in fact, it appears that they've done so.
The judge in the case will now determine the total damages amount and penalties, according to California Attorney General Rob Bonta's office, which was part of the lawsuit. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent says the U.S. is ramping up economic pressure against Iran.
It's called Operation Economic Fury.
This is going to be the financial equivalent of what we saw in the kinetic activities.
Secretary Bessent says it includes freezing funds from the Iranian leadership held in international banks and imposing more sanctions.
We have told countries that if you are buying Iranian oil, that if Iranian money is sitting in your banks, we are now willing to apply secondary sanctions.
At the same time, the U.S. Navy continues its blockade against the Strait of Hormuz. Linda Kenyon, CBS News, the White House.
President Trump says the war with Iran is close to over, and Senate Republicans have rejected a fourth attempt to curb his war powers. GOP Senator Josh Hawley of Missouri.
The president, I think, has taken great care to comply with the war powers statute, which is important. He's within that 60-day window. And my hope is by the time we reach the end of that 60 days, this conflict will be over.
There has been too much rain across parts of the upper Midwest. CBS's Jim Crisula reports.
Mike Solomon monitors the level of rain-bloated Lake Mitchell in Cadillac, Michigan.
We've got a lot of people who have flooding in their basements and their crawl spaces, and we've had some reports of actual flooding on their first floor where they're trying to move their furniture up to higher levels or out of the house.
There's fear some dams could be overtopped and evacuations are underway. More heavy rains expected across the upper Midwest.
It's tax day and the average refund this year is over $3,400, up 11% from last year. CBS News business analyst Jill Schlesinger on what you might want to do with that money.
Maybe you want to use some of that refund to pay down some of your credit card debt or a high-interest auto loan or maybe even a school loan.
The interactive gaming platform Roblox has reached an over $12 million agreement with the state of Nevada over its protections for young users. This is CBS News.
Help keep our community safe and healthy during National Prescription
All right, we got a commercial now, and then we'll have the local news. So I hope everybody sees what I want to do with SubX in 2026. This is what I want to do. When an issue comes up, maybe I just put my phone number. I don't have the radio set up the right way. I did it a good way so you can hear Chewy talking. But I don't, let's talk. I don't care. I know I might get some crazy calls and say some weird stuff, but oh well, that's the way life goes. The point I'm trying to make is if we don't talk, we won't know. And it don't matter what you believe in. But if we don't talk, we won't know. You kind of get right? I don't know about making sense right now. If we don't talk, we won't know. It don't matter what side you're on. It has no matter. What side you're on has nothing bearing on nothing. It's if we don't know about it, right?
Circus in Chicago has survived yet another override attempt in City Council. WBBM's Rob Hart has the story.
The proposal would have suspended the multi-year ordinance intended to phase out the so-called tip credit for workers in the hospitality industry based on concerns that rising costs are forcing restaurants to cut hours and staff. West Side Alderman Gilbert Villegas.
This is just saying a pause. Not going back to the $9 figure that was there, but really a pause.
Alderperson Jesse Fuentes from Humboldt Park sponsored the original tipped wage phase-out.
It is not a moment to take away pay raises from people when everything around them is more expensive.
Fuentes also pledged to meet next week with leaders from all sides to talk about the burden on restaurants. The override attempt fell 4 votes short. Rob Hart, News Radio 105.9 WBBM.
A new report today accuses several Chicago police officials of mishandling a deadly crash that involved a Chicago Fire Department member.
In the final report before her term as Inspector General ends later this month, Deborah Witzberg says the investigation into the death of a resident who was struck and killed by a car that was driven by a CFD member was mishandled by police. The IG's first quarter report accuses several officers, even 2 sergeants, of not properly interviewing witnesses on scene, not documenting statements the driver made while being taken to a hospital, and even turning off their body-worn cameras. The report recommends discipline for all CPD members involved, but does note the department refuted allegations that one sergeant did not properly supervise while on scene. An official at the IG's office tells WBBM they are unable to release more details on the incident itself. Andy Day, News Radio 105.9 WBBM.
The owner and landlord of an Oak Park hospital that abruptly closed last month are now in a court battle over finances.
Dr. Manoj Prasad, majority owner of Resilience Healthcare, which owns West Suburban Medical Center, is suing his business partner and landlord. Channel 7 reports Ramco Healthcare owner Reddy Rathkanar Patlola ordered Resilience to pay millions in rent or get evicted. But yesterday, Resilience went to court to accuse Ramco of sabotage and called the eviction notices baseless. Now, West Suburban's medical staff is asking the governor to use emergency powers to reopen the shuttered Oak Park Hospital. Nancy Hardy, News Radio 105.9 WBBM.
A 42-year-old Joliet woman is accused of abducting her child and taking him across state lines.
Savannah Davis was located in Sedalia, Missouri, along with 2 other women with active warrants in Will County, according to the sheriff's office. Her juvenile son was found safe and is back with his father. Davis is alleged to have abducted the boy from his father's home. She had lost custody. The sheriff's office says her criminal history includes 23 arrests and 22 convictions. Allegations have included homicide, weapons offenses, assault, sex offenses, and theft. Davis and the others were arrested on Monday by members of the U.S. Marshals Service. Mike Krauser, News Radio 105.9 WBBM.
Investigation underway in West Humboldt Park after more than 30 school buses were damaged overnight. Police say someone snuck into a lot near Chicago and Keeler and vandalized 33 buses. Not clear what was done to the buses or how many people were involved. Chicago Theological Seminary no longer admitting students. Carolina Garibay tells us why.
The 170-year-old institution has stopped admitting new students in its degree programs amid ongoing financial troubles. The school incurred an operating loss of about $1.4 million and $1.8 million for years that ended on June 30th in 2025 and 2024, respectively. The Tribune reports that the decision to cease admissions was the result of a, quote, board-approved strategic planning process, according to a statement from the school's president, Brad Braxton. He declined to comment on any specifics. Carolina Garibay, News Radio 105.9 WBBM.
5:08 now. Time to check in on the roads. Traffic and weather together on the 8th hour.
Thanks for tuning in. As you hear, there's a lot of stuff happening. So university is not taking in more students. They're fighting over the minimum wage in Chicago, and one alderman says, look, it's bad times, we need to slow it down a little bit. And the other one says, I don't care what's happening. See, why aren't we caring? Why aren't we caring? Why is there a housing shortage? Everybody that watches SubX.News knows there isn't a housing shortage. There isn't enough houses, but there isn't enough houses that are being used or fixed. I've showed you abandoned CHA places. I've showed you abandoned buildings. I've showed you abandoned factories, right? What did they just say? Think about this. What did you just see this morning? Ford City is now going to be closed. We can convert that into a homeless city. It's already got washrooms. It's already got restaurants. It's got stores. Why don't the city confiscate the land? If the city wants to be crazy and to be a tyrant, right? And then they put up fences, right? That's all you see here is fences, 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 right? I don't know, man. So they keep the people, what I did this video, 2 weeks ago, right? So they got people homeless down the street, right? You'll see tents in a second. But you know how much this costs? I should do a FOIA request. How much this costs? How much you think that costs? You could probably put a guy in an apartment for a year for all this money. I bet you this costs, 20, 30 grand or more? How much does an apartment cost now? If it's $1,000 a week, a month, that's 12 grand. If it's 2,000 a month, that's 24,000. You think that costs more than 24 grand? Absolutely it did. This costs as much as you could have put somebody in the house. They decided their priority was to put up a gate to collect the money instead of helping the homeless people that are right down the road. I'll show you where the homeless people are. That's the priorities. And I appreciate you, Kivani. I appreciate you coming on. It's not easy to say what your past is or what you've done. People are ashamed of it. Hey, some of the things I've done in the past I might not want people to know, but it's all public. I could care less. I care about it, but it's, it's embarrassing stuff. But here's the thing. Why isn't a guy like Chewy on this commission or whatever it is, and they say, hey, what do you think about this law? You see what I'm saying? Why don't they have homeless people figuring out the problems? Why don't they have the drug addicts or ex-drug addicts figuring out the problems? Why don't they have the gang bangers, and I know that's a tricky one there, figuring out how to solve the gang problems? Why aren't we using the experts? Why are we passing laws? First of all, why are we passing laws? What's the purpose of a law? It has nothing to do with anything. Why aren't we just fixing it? You don't need a law to say you can't sleep in a park or you don't have a right to stroke somebody out. Think about this. This whole thing we're talking about is this law today that I talked about. You don't need a law that says you can't kick them out. Why? Because the city can decide not to kick them out. We have people in our park right here. It's illegal to camp in a city park. It's illegal. It's illegal. The city already don't remove them. Chicago does not remove people from the park. And you know my stance on that. It's unsafe for them or anybody else. It needs to be safe. You just seen the gates they put up in the park that cost a lot of money. So the city already makes the decision to leave them here. I'm thinking, are they passing the law to make an excuse that we can't remove them? Is it an excuse law? See that there? There's tents right there. You seen the tents over there in the other spot. So what does that law they're passing mean? It doesn't mean anything. It's fake. It's like a fake law. It's fakeness. It's making some fakery up. I don't know what's the word for it. Maybe I'm inventing something new. It's like a fake law. We're doing something and we're doing something. So now what? Carlos Rosa, the park district guy, can say, hey, there's a law. I can't kick them out. Is that what they're doing? Like an excuse law? It's kind of weird, isn't it? All right, that's a lot of talking there. Did I talk about everything? Yeah, taxes, the law, the crimes. It's off the roof. It's not stopping. That's what happens when you lie. They've been lying for a long time about crime. They haven't been fixing crime, domestic violence, all of that stuff. None of it's being fixed. And think about it. Now they're putting the sheriffs on the trains, right? Like, oh yeah, we're doing something about it. Well, so what are you doing about it? So you got sheriffs on the train. There's videos all over the internet now, sheriffs and people getting arrested. So what's happening? What's the crime? What's the crime? What's the crime? What's the punishment? And what's the deterrent? Remember, there's three parts of it. Who's accountable? So now Eileen Burke and the sheriff, not the city that much, is saying, okay, we're going to be accountable for this. That's the first step. Second step, consequences, right? You're going to get removed from the train. You're going to be put in handcuffs. That's the second step, right? Consequences. What's the third one? What's the deterrence? Do we have a deterrence yet? People are going to get locked up? People are going to get banned from the CTA? Can you ban somebody from a public transportation? I don't know if that's legal there. I don't think you can. It's a public transportation. You see where I'm going with this? I've never been up here. Maybe, let me check this place out. Maybe I come up here and do a sunset video one day. See, Kivani, I always looking at the good sides, right? Sunset video. Maybe we do a sunset video tonight and meditation. We haven't done one in a long time. Nah, you can't see. That building is right in front of you there, right? It's a nice spot, though. I found me a new spot to hang out. Look, I've never been on this roof. Everybody that's with me on this video, you're with me the first time on this roof. I'm telling you, I'm not joking when I say those things. When I tell you I've never been here, I've never been here. I mean, I've been in this neighborhood. I've been next on that street before. It's a nice spot. You can't. When the sun, today the sun is going to drop somewhere right there. I think I know where I want to go. We're going to go a little more north, and then we're going to go back south a little bit, and then we're going to listen to some radio. Maybe I'll put on the radio calls now, okay? Let's put on some radio calls. Let's see if there's any crime happening. But, yeah, I mean, they come up with these laws, and to me, it's either an excuse law or it's a law to make people angry, right? To make us against them, which it shouldn't be. There should be no laws like that. And again, cities may, oh wow, there's a goose up here. Look at that, all the way up on the roof. See that? That's pretty cool. There's already laws and discretion in the home. The home rule is the rule that you can have discretion on what you want to do. And then there's police, all of that stuff. That law don't make no sense. All right, let's have some radio calls here, right? Neighbors are fighting. Yeah, I never been up here. It's pretty cool. Let's see, where's the radio calls on? This is some police activity, right? There's any crime. This is a cool spot. I like this. Yeah, I know I'm a Jeep guy. I like going up and down mountains, right? This is kind of my off-roading stuff, okay? So indulge me a little bit, all right? Thanks, guys. I appreciate you all. All right, let's get some radio calls. Oh, let's see if we can get this going here, right? Yeah, she did, but let's see, right? I seen the video. One, why did it take this long, right? I say it's because of the election coming up. I'm telling you, you know Eileen Burke let those migrants go that killed George Levin. Everybody knows that one. She was already in power. She let those migrants go that killed that guy, George Levin. Look up the case. So I don't trust her too much. She's a Democratic politician. I don't trust her that much. I know she might be a little rough on crime, but I just don't. Why did it take this long? Why did they lie about it? Why did she allow to lie about crime? Why did they only come out in January and say, yeah, we have a domestic femicide problem in Chicago where there's an increase by 15% of murders of women in domestic situations? Why did she wait that long to make those statements? Why didn't she come straight out and make policy decisions immediately? What's the consequences now? I seen the same video. She hasn't said what's the consequences. I'm gonna put them all in jail. I'm gonna have them all clean to CTA or whatever she's gonna do. We haven't heard that consequences is arresting. I mean deterrence. I should keep it clear. Deterrence, right? Consequences is they're going to go to jail, but what's the deterrence, right? There you go. There's somebody sleeping on the bench, right? Maybe they're waiting for a bus, maybe not. I don't know what it is. What are we going to do to fix it? Let's do some radio calls, all right? I think she's good. I think she's better than Fox. I'll say that, right? All right, let's go, all right? Radio calls, right? That's what we're doing now? There we go. I didn't even hear about that, Marine. When did that happen? This morning? I just did my taxes. I've been busy all morning. So look, I'm not a super guy like everybody. I'm not. And I don't pretend to be. I'm a regular guy. All right? So I didn't hear about that shooting in Hyde Park. I'll have to look it up. What happened?
388 point.
I'll look it up, Maureen.
7388 boy.
Can I get an event number for Plants in a blue line, please?
9737, 09737. Yes, watch your key. 7331.
Yes, ma'am. Can you put myself in 7322 down at the White Sox team?
Oh, sure. Let me add you on. Again, it's event 08543. Let's listen for yes, 085.
3312, 3312.
3312.
Can you add me to that White Sox detail?
Absolutely.
7388.
7388.
Sorry about that. Did you get any calls over here at the medical district blue line stop for the knife or the gun?
Yeah, that was when the 7301 fan just came up about. They had a zero eye alert over there, but all it was a cell phone and an umbrella.
7383 Frank.
7383 Frank.
Shows right in the bus. Number 1347 from Walcott on 29th Street, eastbound.
I'm pulling in here, Maureen, because I want to. I'm pulling in, Maureen. I want to read what happened. All right.
And just for anybody else down there, 65.
This is a nice spot. I like this spot. This is a nice church parking lot here. Let me read right here. Maureen just said, see, that's why, do you understand? SubX.News isn't me, it's all of us. It isn't Chewy, it's me, it's him, it's not, no, it's all of us. We're all together. So I'm going to read what happened on Stony Island, right? 63rd block of Stony Island. As school gets out, 2:30, 16-year-old male and 16-year-old female were both at a bus stop when an unknown offender approached. The offender produced a firearm and fired shots at both victims. 16-year-old male sustained multiple gunshots to the body and was transported to University Hospital in critical condition where he was pronounced. Oh, he's dead. The 16-year-old female sustained gunshot wounds victim in the legs was transported to the hospital. So they were killed at a bus stop. They were killed at a bus stop and after school. Homicide. Wow. Thank you, Maureen. That just happened. Maybe I should go down, but we're way far north now. I think Justin might take care of that one. He'll probably report on that. He'll probably know who the students were down there. That's the high school right there. That's the high school. Everybody knows. That's where I used to work. Hyde Park Career Academy. Because they were shot at the bus stop of a high school. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. That's unbelievable what our city has become, right? Students murdered at Hyde Park Career Academy bus stop, 63rd and Stony Island. That's this headline, right? Student murdered at bus stop. During dismissal. Thank you, Maureen. No, thank you. You got the story out there. Not me. I just read. How did it go? Did it go all right? I'm going to try to post this story up, right? That's how we're going.
4 times, glad you're not.
I know that corner.
No, we have the best stuff here. 09879, 09879, PH102.
So a student was murdered at dismissal. And that's the school right there. You can't deny that's not a school shooting.
Hey, so can I order a canine for money?
So they don't protect our students.
Is it from the search warrant from Maple?
No, 4.
Alrighty.
Just give me a second. I'm posting. That's a really important story to post.
For money sniff, you have an amount?
Estimated 41K.
Wow.
Oh, that's a nice little amount.
$41,000 worth of drug money.
Got any 29.
Did you hear that?
On the air that can head over to Homeland Square.
4734.
4734, you gonna go?
But yeah, I'll let you know when I'll be heading there.
Alright. Give us time to get there, but they're coming out.
Copy. Thank you.
$41,000 in drug money. That you just heard.
7397.
The show us headed inside hospital with ambulance signs.
Alright, so which hospital? Inside?
10-4.
Alright, 1651.
7383 Eddie.
7383 Eddie.
Can I get a lowest platform check, 47 at the red line?
09919. 09919.
3326.
Oh, goodness.
Yeah, that's the one I posted, right? Is that? Hey, Holly, is that? Did you guys hear? It's $41,000 drug bust. Yeah, that was a lot. That was the one I posted, wasn't it? The video where they got out of control over there. See, I did. Remember yesterday when I was downtown? I'm like, yeah, something's feeling weird today. Remember that? I was saying that yesterday. I said, I'm not hanging out today. I'm going in. And sure enough, all that bad stuff happened. I'm posting this story on the... This is a nice spot, by the way. I should do more scenic views than sitting in a parking lot, right? We're up in the Edgewater right now. We're in by, I think this is a church here. This is a church.
7397.
Yeah, I said I was feeling funky and I'm not feeling it yesterday.
7397 Charlie, what's up?
We landed.
10-4-1658.
7383 George.
I should find a nice place on the lake somewhere, right?
Can I get an event number for a bus ride on Roosevelt from Laramie westbound, bus number 8840?
09984. 09984. Nina coming in.
3750.
3750.
Can I have an event number for a red line check, 35th Street?
Look, so this is how they say it happened in front of the YMCA. When you know that happened in front of the school.
Okay, not the 3750 that's detailed to the Blackhawks?
3750, I'm detailed to the White Sox team.
Oh, you're at the White Sox now. Okay, well, let us switch to that, because it was throwing us off. We thought someone was giving us the wrong call.
99, it's going to be 3710 and 3730 at Blackhawks, and myself and 3720 at White Sox.
Okay, well, let me switch to that one and then get you your L check. All right, for the L check, it's 10003. 10003. And then we got you at the box game.
Thanks for giving me that tip.
Are there any CPA cards assigned to the red line for the White Sox team?
Probably the 1700 start cards will go there.
7383 Charlie.
7383 Charlie.
Please call, I can get a number, please. 69th in the red line.
10008. 10008.
7383 boy.
Let's go get a better view.
7383 boy.
Let me get a better view.
You have that number for 79th on the red line.
Let's go. And then I got it. I'm almost done with the article. I should just sit here. I should have a little patience, but I don't today. I'm drinking coffee and I paid my taxes.
Units in 20th Street Away to Salt Progress, California, Foster in California. Caller being harassed by one male Hispanic and male white. No further to 20 Zone 11.
That's bad. Student murdered after school. And we just had that one at King Drive the other day, right? Last Friday.
7353.
Yes.
7353.
Yes, The numbers for the mezzanine at Howard and the Reds.
10040, 10040.
12040.
10040.
140. Thank you.
You're welcome. Here's the drone on his city. What?
2383 David.
932 David, what?
83 David, can I?
Yeah, I know. Stand by.
Please.
Yeah, I know. It's being muted. Stand by. Okay. The excited 7383 unit coming in.
7383 David.
What do you need?
Can I get a bed number for the Garfield red light, please?
10067, 10067. One. Unit trying to come in?
101.
101 on Citywide 1?
Is this the correct zone for mass transit?
Yes.
Trying to get a hold of 7397 Charlie, Officer Walsh.
9397 Charlie, Officer Walsh for mobile. 7397 Charlie, Officer Walsh for mobile. There's no response. They're supposed to be over at Insight, though, with that arrestee.
Sorry, what was that?
They're supposed to be over at Insight with their arrestee.
That's what I'm calling them about. All right, I'll call their unit, thanks.
All right. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe they can't hear us in there, or they're just getting them settled.
4734.
4734.
Could you please put that homing job on my box?
Yeah, it's on there. I resent it. Did it come over this time?
I have it.
All right, thank you.
3386 Adam.
7386 Adam.
Yeah, can we get numbers for the red line at Jackson? Sorry, at Roosevelt?
Sure. 10097. 10097.
Units at 19 and Citywide. We're getting a ticket for criminal damage to property in progress, 3439 North Broadway. Nassar says there's a man banging on the store window, refusing to stop. He's scared it will break. He's a male black wearing a green sweater and jeans. District 19 Zone 2 section clear.
7388 Adam. 7388 Adam.
Get an event number from the medical district to Cicero for a trip nation.
Zero 10129. 10129.
There was a shooting here, then they said the guy shot himself in the groin area, right here. He killed himself, they said. He's just putting his gun in his pockets here. Remember, I covered that case. I don't have enough time to do all the background on
progress 801 West Addison at the Circle K for a tall male black wearing a black t-shirt and jeans. District 19 Zone 2 station clear.
7353.
Yes, can I have the event number, not the last one, the one previous?
Before that was 09879. 09879.
Yes, thank you.
I'd say it was a student murder on a bus stop.
935 South Independence, 935 South Independence. Should be apartment 1 Eddie. So say it's her neighbors are fighting.
So think about this, and I'm hard on Brandon. One, I know the guy, and I know he's a crook. But, so we had a bus stop shooting last week at Dismissal. And now we just had a student murdered at Dismissal at a bus stop. And you keep saying you're a teacher and teachers union and you're an organizer, you love your town. He stopped talking about I raised in black kids. He stopped that one, right? I love my black family and black this and this and whatever. He can be black and proud. I'm not proud. I was gonna say something, but I don't do that one. I like where I'm from, Slovakia. Let's just say that, right? But he's not protecting the kids. And then this guy wants to take May 1st off, right? Are they gonna say this killing on the news? Let's listen. Did they say the killing on the news? No, they didn't, right? No, they didn't. Notice that, right? Let's hear the news.
U.S. naval forces during the first 48 hours of the blockade.
Let's hear if they say it on WBBM.
Meanwhile, Pope Leo has pushed back against the president's latest attack.
Speaking aboard the papal plane en route to Algeria, Pope Leo said he didn't want to debate or attack President Trump, but also made it clear he will continue to spread the Vatican's message of peace and reconciliation. And this first American-born Pope told reporters he's not afraid of Donald Trump. Vicky Barker, CBS News, London.
You better not be.
Skipper is on the mend after a scary incident.
The manager of baseball's Baltimore Orioles says he has over half a dozen fractures in his cheek and a broken jaw after getting hit in the face by a line drive foul ball while in the dugout during a game Monday night.
Luckily, doesn't have to be wired, no surgery. I just have to eat baby food for 6 weeks.
Craig Albernaz says he also can't blow his nose during the 6-week healing process, but says he intends to stay on the job and probably won't be arguing with any umpires. Steve Kathan, CBS News.
Coming up in a minute, low gas prices, traffic, and your weather coming up next.
Normandy Design Build Remodeling combines design, blueprints, and construction for your new kitchen or home addition, giving you a single point of contact for your remodel. Learn how everything under one roof makes your remodel easier at normandyremodeling.com.
Most financial advisors only manage your money. They refer you out for taxes. They refer you out for estate planning. They refer you out when things get complicated. Did they really vet that person? Or did they meet once, exchange business cards, and call it a partnership? A referral isn't accountability. It's a handoff. When your investments, taxes, and estate plan are built separately, gaps happen, and those can cost money. At Trajan, we didn't build a referral network. We built a family office for all. Wealth, tax, estate. One team delivering coordinated planning, once reserved for the ultra-wealthy. If you want real coordination and not just introductions, call Trajan Wealth today. Call Trajan today at 630-230-7400. That's 630-230-7400.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Now, the lowest gas prices from News
They
Radio.
didn't mention the shooting, right? That's a big news story. They didn't mention the shooting. After school, at a bus stop, at a school bus stop. Trust me, that's Stony Island 63rd. That's the Hyde Park Career Academy bus stop. There is no other bus stop. That's after school bus stop. If them saying it's the YMCA bus stop is not. It's not YMCA. That's the YMCA is there, but that was kids coming from school there. That's what that was. God rest that kid's soul. Imagine a good kid that going to school and gets murdered waiting for the bus. We ain't got... We had the kid shot here, the 18-year-old, right? Gorman, right? He was here on the beach. So no place is safe in the city of Chicago. And the worst part is these kids are dying. It's bad for children, right? For teenagers. That's the bad part of it. Young people. I ain't saying older people this or that, but it's bad. I've never been here. Let's go check this area out. Can we get by the beach over here or not? I'm fooling around today a little bit on the north side, all right? Oh man, look at that. There's a beach over here. I've never been on this one here. I've been up and down the lakefront here and at beaches, but I've never been to this one. So they didn't mention the shooting there.
Eastbound side of I-80. Westbound traffic remains heavy passing US 30 to center. And slight delays through Hammond on 8094 eastbound in northwest Indiana. Our expressways on the Illinois side. The Eden's coming in about 40 minutes from Lake Cook Road. Heavy in spots from Tower to the Kennedy. No delays outbound. Kennedy travel time out 26 to Montrose. About the same in the express lanes. You're 45 to O'Hare. 53 in from O'Hare into downtown. Travel time on the outbound side of 290 at 38 to Manheim, and an hour to the Jane Addams. Hour 5 in and 40 minutes in from Manheim.
Now, we could be at a crime scene now. And if there's a crime scene up here, we'll go, but I'm not. We're up here right now. Wow, this is beautiful here. Look at this. Yes. Can I drive that way or not?
18 minutes inbound. 57 going on 18.
Oh, this is a nice spot. Oh, I'm going to have a picnic here one day. That's what I'm going to do. Is that cool or what? I got some dinner with me? I don't think so. Oh, it's nice here. Look at that. I got me a new spot. You know why? Think about this. I don't want to be weird, but I am sometimes. I had a good friend of mine that knows me from a long time ago. He was listening and he called in and helped think about what's happening, about an issue. I had good friends. I don't know if you guys are my friends. Whatever. We know each other through the internet. You know, like Kivani talking, Maureen talking, Holly talking. And I get tips, Maureen, right? Hey, did you know there's a shooting there? It just happened. So I get it. So we're working together, and right, and as I'm driving, I'm feeling not so stressed, and I just did my taxes and all that, which is stressful, and I just was doing some jobs the other day, and my bank account is not too good, and blah blah blah. But now, because of everybody working together, because I don't have to deal, I don't know how to explain this, I don't have to take the burden on myself. I can say, oh, hey, look, I just found a cool beach scene here, right? Look at that. This is a cool beach spot, isn't it? It's cool. It's nice. I like it here. This is a good view. I don't even know where I'm at. I don't even know what street this is. Harrington Avenue or something. It's all bent. The gangs come here, so. But it's nice out there. See that? Look at that. You got the geese out there. Why aren't the kids out here? Why don't we teach? This is what I used to do when I was at Hyde Park as a teacher. And I had all these gang members and killers and all these things in my classes, right? And they would start trouble. You know, it took me a few years to get my footing there, right? That's a beautiful picture, ain't it? And I would tell the kids, why don't you learn how to relax? Think about this. Think about the picture we're watching right now live on your screens. Where is the children at? Where are the teenagers? If I'm a teenager and I lived in this area, you know where I would be? I'd be hanging out right here with all my friends. We'd be having fun, listening to music maybe, doing some goofball stuff, whatever it is, but we wouldn't be doing whatever, gang banging with guns. Instead, our children are shooting each other at bus stops. See the difference? Why aren't the children here? I mentioned this a few times. I do when I was going to the parks and the beaches, and I said, why aren't we utilizing our resources? Instead, we have a law that says you're not going to be able to kick the homeless off the parks. Weird, right? Isn't that weird? So the day we have a law that says you can't kick people out of parks, we have a kid that's shot at a bus stop, and then we're at the beach, and there's no kids here. This is where teenagers should be. This is where a teenager should be right now, at the beach. Why aren't they here? What? Oh, because they're learning about here. You know why? You know why the kids ain't here? Because they're learning about Palestine. They're learning about Gaza. They're learning about transsexuals. They're learning about, I don't know what other crap they're learning in those schools. Dildos or whatever other crap they're teaching them in those schools. I told you the story before. My neighbor, when his kid was in 3rd grade, they were teaching him dildos in 3rd grade in a CPS school. In a CPS school. No, it's not no weird school. CPS school, they were teaching dildos in 3rd grade. 3rd grade, teaching dildos. I don't know what dildos have to do with the 3rd grade. Maybe we need to teach kids how to be at the beach. Relax. There's no kids here at this beach. None. 0. None. We're here. Maybe we grew up in a different generation. I don't know. So what I said, I feel weird, right? You guys all helped me. You helped me. It's not helping me, it's helping us. SubX.News is everybody's. Right? We all run it. We all help it. We're all the news. We're all the people. So we're it. We are SubX.News. We're all part of it, right? We're all the news. We're all the information. So why aren't there kids here, right? Why isn't there a child here, right? Should I be going around to, yeah, I'm gonna find some. If there's crime scenes, then we're gonna go to a crime scene. Beautiful and peaceful. But why aren't there kids here right now? Why isn't there a child here? There's no children here. You can say, oh, they're doing homework. BS. They ain't doing no damn homework. They're shooting at each other. Look at that lady, right? Look at that lady. She's running to the lake. See that? Pretty cool, huh? Where are the kids at? You tell me they're so busy? Then the news don't mention a shooting at a bus stop and a murder? That's kind of weird, isn't it? Start to think, right? What are we experiencing? Are we experiencing George Orwell, 1984 weird stuff? Control, ultimate control of our minds, manipulating us? And we need this, right? We need a nice beach scene. We need to be calmed down because I'm right about to put on the crime stuff right now, right? And listen to what's going on, right? And I'll probably get the videos tonight of what happened over there, right? Let's go back. It's 5:46. We'll go back to about 5 o'clock. We'll listen to what's going on, all right? And we're going to keep moving north, right? That's what we're going to do. Beautiful scene.
For the L check, it's 10003.
A beautiful spot. I hope you enjoyed it.
And then we got just boxing.
Heritage, Hardigan Beach. Hardigan Beach. Hardigan Beach. But they got gang members here.
Probably the 1700.
See, they got gang members here. They bend the signs. That's gang members doing that. That means it's gang territory, right? So even at this peaceful place, they have gangs, right?
10008.
So even at this nice spot, they have gangs.
7383 boy.
7383 boy.
Here's the bed number for 79 from the red line.
I should bring a sandwich next time, and maybe I'll go get a sandwich, and this is where I'm gonna have my dinner at. Maybe we'll do a sunset video out here. This looks
Progress, California,
nice place.
Boston, California. Caller being harassed by one male Hispanic and male white. No further to 2111.
If you're calling citywide, break, give us a second. Just taking a tow.
7353.
7353.
Yes, the numbers for the mezzanine at Howard and the Red.
Let's see if we can hear those calls about the shooting.
Stand for units under in the citywide. We are getting multiple calls of shots fired, getting a couple calls for a person shot over at the YMCA. 6300 South Stoney says a child may have gotten shot in the drive-by. Very good to be rolling. Got nothing further. They're District 17.
7386 David.
That's the shooting call.
7386 David.
Thanks, number for the Chicago Red Line, the turnstile, please.
08755.
Nice spot, huh?
City units in 12 citywide.
Where are we at? Sheridan and Harrington.
7383
Albone. I don't even know how to pronounce that.
Squad, can you give me an event number for a lower platform on 47th and Red Line?
08801. 08801.
70. Got him. P9 David.
You guys are just all talking over each other. I can't respond to that.
7386 Adam.
7386 Adam.
Event number for Red Line Loosewell.
08807. 08807.
7389 David.
7389 David.
Event number for West Chicago Red Line.
08814. 08814.
7388 Adam.
7388.
I get an event number for Pulaski and a blue line, please.
Sad update. What is that? That ain't. See what I mean? Here, I love my brother Justin, but what is that? What is that? Sad. What is that? That ain't sad. That was predictable. You should be angry, not sad. You should be angry, not sad. Don't be sad. Don't. You can be sad, and you can feel it in your heart that a child lost their life today because they went to school. But we should be angry. We should be angry at the people who allowed a child to be murdered when they were at a bus stop. If you're not angry, then you're part of the problem. If you're telling me I need to pray to make it go away, you're part of the problem. I pray for the soul of that young kid. I pray for that soul of that young kid. I hope he's in heaven today. I hope he's in heaven. I hope he has rest now. And he doesn't feel no pain. I hope that. That's who I pray for. I pray for that young child's soul. I pray for that other young child so she gets out of the hospital and doesn't have to have harm and trauma and fear. I don't pray for anything else. You know what I pray for? Every politician that caused that situation should go to prison. That's what I pray for. Every politician who allowed a child of ours, a city of Chicago child, to be murdered at a bus stop after school should go to prison. That's what I pray for. I'm angry. I'm extremely angry that a child was murdered today after school. I'm angry. That's my school. I used to work there. I know that exact spot. Those are kids waiting at a bus stop that were murdered. Our children are being murdered and killed in the streets. A child was murdered here, 18-year-old. Since then, how many children have been murdered in our city? Since then, how many murdered children have there been in our city? We just had another shooting at a bus stop Friday. After school, shooting at a child. That's what everybody knows. They were shooting at a kid on the bus, right? On 39th and King Drive. Yeah, that's what's going on. SubX.News. Yeah, I'm not sad. I'm not sad. Not at all. Nuh-uh. I'm mad. I'm not sad. We need to correct that narrative. Yeah, being sad is being a victim. Let's stop being victims. That's what we need to stop being. And we're victims of criminal politicians. You know my position on that, right? Yeah, I'm not happy hearing about a kid, right? Being shot. That ain't cool. Not at all.
David, can I?
Yeah, I know. Stand by.
Please.
Yeah, I know. It's being used. Stand by. Okay. So you started 7301. Unit trying to come in?
101.
101 on Citywide 1?
Is this the correct zone for mass transit?
Yes.
Units at 19 and Citywide. We're getting a ticket for criminal damage to property in progress, 3439 North Broadway. Nassar says there's a man banging on the store window, refusing to stop. Units at 19 and Citywide. We're getting a theft in progress, 801 West Addison at the Circle K, 4 tall male black wearing a
7383 Adam.
383, hello.
Can I have any event for 95th Red Line, North Terminal?
Sure, 10254. 10254.
Yep. 4712.
4712.
Hold me down at the Blackhawk Team, please.
Sure, that's fine. Now, if you need the event 08546, 08546.
383 George.
7383 George.
Squad Roosevelt bus eastbound from Kilbourne, bus number 8840.
10271, 10271.
All right, units at night. 86 Charlie.
7386 truck.
It was in for Flocker Lake.
10293, 10293.
7386 David.
7386 David.
Another number, please. Chicago Red Line. Thank you.
Chicago Red Line, 10-4. 10314, 10314.
We're at Howard Red Line. Everybody knows this spot, right? Drug spot. Right? Sell drugs up there.
383 boy.
That number for 79, the Red Line.
We're at the Howard Street Red Line, known drug area, murder area, gang area, you name it. They're all up here. It is what it is. Oh, there you go. There's kids there. There's kids over here. They're not at the beach. The beach is right down the street, but the kids are hanging here, right? They're going straight to the dope spot. I ain't saying they're part of the dope spot. But instead of the kids hanging out at the beach, they're going towards a place that's maybe a little dangerous here, right? I wouldn't be sending my kids towards this place. I wouldn't let my kids walk past this place. And for those who are wondering what I just mentioned by the beach, we were just at a beach relaxing and noticed that there was nobody at the beach, right? And there should be. That's where teenagers should be hanging out. They should be hanging out at a beach. They should be hanging out at the library. They should be doing things that either are part of their academics or part of their sports or just relaxing. Instead, we have a teenager today that was murdered coming home from school at 63rd and Stony Island at Hyde Park Career Academy. I still call it Hyde Park Career Academy. That's when I worked there, that's what it was called. And that's the bus stop for the school. You can name it YMCA. And all the news now are saying it's the YMCA bus stop. And no, that's the Hyde Park Career Academy after school bus stop. That's those were students going home from school. Oh, there's a cop there. Wow, we got a guy patrolling there. Look at that. That's unbelievable. We're gonna go around the block and see what's going on with that. No, there's a foot patrol here. I see that. Strange that elections come up and then they have foot patrols. See that there? Look at that. Look at that. Wild, isn't it? 1 year before an election, a mayoral and aldermanic election, they put police here. They didn't fix the potholes yet. We're going to turn around, right? They didn't fix the potholes. See all the potholes on this side street here? There's somebody selling drugs right there. He's sitting right there. There's a guy selling drugs right there. Yeah, it ain't too hard to figure this out. We're going to go roundabout. We're going to go up to Juneberry, right? Or John Quill. Here, there's John Quill and there's Juneberry, isn't there? We're on John Quill right now. We're going to go check this area out. It's funny how the cops are here when they want to win. Look at all those potholes there. Man, that's a horrible street there. Every street is ruined, huh? Why is that? Maybe our streets will get fixed because it's an election year, huh? What do you think? I've never seen a foot patrol here at this time. We're gonna go down the alley here. How about that? We're gonna see if there's anything going on. They kill people up here. You gotta be careful. Don't fool around in this neighborhood. This is dangerous. This is an extremely dangerous neighborhood. No, don't fool around up here, man. It's dangerous up here. This is the old legacy gangs up here. They don't fool around up here. They control this whole area. They control the drug distribution here, right? This is a drug hub up here. Red Line Howard. They make thousands and thousands of dollars here. Who knows how much they make? They might be up into the millions up here. Man, they don't fool around up here, right? They shot a CTA guy in the chest up here because he told him to get off the property. Don't you remember that? Look it up. CTA attendant shot in the chest. They don't care. If you think these guys are funny and it's rapping and blah, 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 no, they're killers. They kill people. There's a guy right there. Did you see the guy standing there? There's a guy sitting over there selling drugs right in there. That dude's jacked up. Look at him. His pants are down. Don't you see that there? Look at that. He can barely walk. See that guy right there? They're selling drugs right here. Look at that. He can barely walk. See that there? See the cop? There's a cop right up here. Look at that. He can barely walk, that guy. See that there? See that guy? He's all jacked up. See that there? That guy can barely walk, right? He can barely walk. You see that there? And as we walk, and as we drive, so he can barely walk, he's jacked up, that guy, right? And then as we're driving, there's a cop walking around doing something over here. I don't know what the cop is doing, but why ain't he taking care of that? There's a cop right there, man. I'm not telling you. Should I tell him, man? There's a dude all jacked up right there. He can barely walk, man. See the cop right there? There's a cop right there. You see the cop? He's right there. That dude's jacked up right here. Not even 100 feet over here. Right? Don't you see that there? Pretty wild, isn't it? So what's the cop doing? Is he walking around doing something? Is he helping that guy there? I don't think so. There's a dude right there jacked up. That guy's jacked up right here. Is he talking to him? Hey, man, you need some treatment? See the cop right there? There's a cop still walking around. There's a dude right there. Look. There's a dude right there. Watch. You're going to see as I pull up. There's a guy right there. See that guy selling drugs right there? You see him right there? There's a guy right there. You're going to see some more guys coming up. So that cop's walking around, and you got a bunch of people hanging out right there. Look at this. You ready to see that? Right there. You see that? Those guys right there? So what's the cop actually doing? He's like the racer guys, the speeder guys, right? On the what do you call it? The car meet people, right? They just chase them around. It's Keystone Cop stuff. That's all it is. It ain't preventing crime. Remember the three parts: accountability, consequences. The last one is what? Deterrence. There's no deterrence. There's no deterrence, right? You're going to have a consequences. You can be arrested. You can even be put on jail. You can even be put on home monitoring. But is it a deterrence? You just seen it. They're all hanging around there. There you go. Howard Red Line. They got cops walking around and they just move, right? Those are some deep potholes there. So the foot patrol's out, but it ain't really solving anything, is it? There you go. Where are we gonna go now? Anybody know this area? I have no clue where I'm at when I'm up here. I just drive around up here. Man, those are some deep potholes. I did a video inside the library. They got a Narcan machine in there. So you seen the cop walking around. All right, it's good, I guess. But what is he doing? Right? These guys, they hang around here. I know where these guys hang around up here. Got foot patrol up here by the Howard Red Line. Must be an election coming up. But he's walking around. There's still people drug dealing and all doped up around here. So I don't know what he really is doing to prevent crime. We're going to listen to the news if they've got the shooting on, right?
cedar lap siding. The stain that was put on the house, it only lasted about 7 years.
You see, Rhino Shield ceramic technology is formulated specifically for our unique climate right here in Chicago and stands up to our extreme temperature swings.
And then I saw a house that was done in Rhino Shield, and it looked absolutely gorgeous. And I started hearing about the fact that it's got a 25-year warranty on it that's transferable.
Rhino Shield resists chipping, flaking, and peeling, and it is backed by our extraordinary 25-year warranty.
While it costs more initially for Rhino Shield, over the life of the product, it's a lot less.
Chicago, right now, get the guaranteed protection of Rhino Shield for 16% off the regular price. This offer is for a limited time, so call now, 847-850-1132 or ChicagoRhinoShield.com.
Germans are using a new search engine to discover if their ancestors colluded with Adolf Hitler before and during World War II.
Defendant Rudolf Hess.
22 Nazi leaders were tried at Nuremberg for World War Nazi Party. Now, an online tool allows Germans to search through several million Nazi Party membership cards to find out if their forebears were among them. Creator Die Zeit newspaper says it's already been accessed millions of times, an overwhelming response, it says, and thousands of Germans have had to abandon the myth that their
is 6:05 on Wednesday, April 15th, tax day 2026. Good evening, I'm Glenn Marshall, and currently we're sitting around partly sunny skies. It's about 71 degrees here in Chicago, and we got a flood watch through late tonight. It's going to be a couple of showers and heavy thunderstorms headed our way around into early tonight. And any thunderstorm can be severe with damaging winds, hail, flash flooding, and even a tornado. Lingering clouds and a light shower going to happen later on this evening. It'll be a low near 60 degrees. Of course, we're going to take a look at that AccuWeather 5-day
hanging out right
forecast.
there. That cop just pushed him over there. They're all right there. Don't you see them right there? There's a whole bunch of people right here. There's a whole bunch of people right here. Let me show you this. There's a whole bunch of people sitting right here.
Before she steps down at the end of the month. This story is coming from WBB.
Inspector General Deborah.
We're at the red line, right? There's a whole bunch of people right there, man. They're all sitting right there.
Everything from spending nearby bars and parties and taking long, boozy lunches while on the clock. Whitesburg also accuses CDA supervisors of often purchasing alcohol for workers during those meals. The report alleges airport, as well as departments of water management and transportation workers, falsified time records, stole parking placards, and lied during the office's investigation. A total of 14 city workers are covered in the report. Whitesburg recommends all 14 be fired. Andy Day, News Radio 105.9 WBBM.
Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson has prevailed in another veto fight with members of City Council, this time over the fate of the city's ordinance phasing out the so-called tip credit to the minimum wage for restaurant and bar servers. Now, Alderman fell 4 votes short in a bid to override the mayor's veto of a proposal that would have paused that ordinance. Westside Alderman Gilbert Villegas told colleagues before the vote that the escalating labor costs were adding to the increasing financial burden for restaurant owners.
We're at the Howard Red Line. We're going to sit here a little bit, right?
Property taxes, Fair Work Week Ordinance, which I support, PTO, which I support, sick pay. But these are all unfunded mandates that we continue piling on restaurants and telling them, hey, you figure it out.
But supporters of the tip wage phase out said pausing the ordinance would send the wrong message at a time when affordability is of prime concern to workers. Alderman also gave final approval to the ordinance granting the taxi industry its first fare increase since 2016 and confirmed the mayor's appointment of Kenya Merritt to be the city's new Cultural Affairs Commissioner. The time now is 6:08. Traffic and weather together on the 8th. And I hear there's a crash on I-355. Here to tell us about it is Abby Ryan.
Well, right now, Glenn, if you're on I-355 headed on the southbound side, we do have a couple of delays going on. 355 Veterans Memorial Toll Road southbound slow past Army Trail to North Avenue. They literally just cleared that crash. Just got the email on that. Northbound is okay. If you're on the Reagan Memorial Toll Road 88 eastbound, heavy approaching the northbound Tri-State ramp. And so far, Route 53.
It's wild up here. There's a guy sleeping in the car next to me, all doped up.
Southbound heavy Palatine over to I-90.
They come here to get their drugs.
Richards to Chicago Street.
And they just sleep. They look at that. That dude just knocked out in his car. Look at that.
On the inbound side, a 30-minute ride.
Yeah, he's in the middle of the parking spot. See that there?
Outbound clear.
No one checks on him. No cop. That cop's patrolling over here, right? He doesn't check on that guy.
Same as the locals inbound.
He doesn't check on him. No city stickers, no nothing. Think about it. Oh, there's a dude right next to me. I better watch out. There's a lot of bad dudes around here. So the cop's patrolling, right? This dude has no city sticker. He's knocked out in his car. It's a known drug spot. A lot of businesses are closed because of the drug activity here, right? They can't handle the violence. There's heavy violence. They shot a guy in the chest here, a CTA worker. Right? There's a dude standing there. I don't know what that dude's doing in that white shirt there. There's a dude knocked out in that car there. He has no city sticker, so he's not from Chicago, but he's sleeping at a CTA station, right? Look at that. You see that there? But there's a cop walking around somewhere here. I don't know what the cop's doing. Shouldn't the cop be checking on that guy? Say, hey, you okay? Knock on his window. Do you see? That's preventative, right? That's what I'm talking about. There's no... They're running around doing whatever they're doing. I don't know what the police are doing.
Near 60 degrees.
I know they have a hard job, but they have to start doing their job,
afternoon,
right?
And a rumble of thunder again later. A high of 69 and a low of 48 is expected. It's currently 71 degrees at O'Hare, and we're looking at 72 degrees at the Midway. Along the lakefront is 72 degrees. The time now is 6:10. And one teenager is dead and a second has been hospitalized after they were shot in broad daylight. Chicago police say it happened shortly before 3:30 this afternoon near the 63rd and Stony Island intersection. This is right by a YMCA. Two 16-year-olds were waiting at a bus stop when a suspect pulled out a gun and fired at both of them. Now, first responders say a teen boy was hit multiple times and then transported to a nearby hospital where he died, and a teen girl sustained a leg wound and remains in fair condition. At this hour, no one is in custody.
That's a height. That was a school shooting.
Rescued 3 people.
See how they say YMCA?
Apartment building early this morning.
They saying YMCA. They keep saying it's the YMCA. I said it's what? What did I say? No, it's the school, man. That was school dismissal. Let's see, can I get through here or what?
Asking for help, kind of yelling for help.
That was a school shooting, right? See how they mentioned YMCA? Do you see that? That was a Hyde Park Career Academy shooting. Those were students from the school at the bus stop.
They had a hard time getting a ladder up to the 3rd floor, he says, because a tree was in the way. But crews were able to deploy other ladders and bring down the people who were covered in soot.
It's a little clean here.
It says it transported one person in critical condition and 2 others in fair to serious condition. A neighbor posted a picture of a firefighter tending to a rescued cat. In Andersonville, Nancy Hardy, News Radio 105.9.
They had a broken truck there.
And Latino films are having their moment in the spotlight starting
tomorrow. That dude, he's doing something in that white t-shirt there. That guy right there.
Chicago Latino Film Festival. The 12-day event features...
Oh, there's Benders over there. You see the Bender there at the mini mart?
Film will be
He's bending.
See that Caracas, there? Which translates
right in
to
front
It
of
Would
you.
Be Night in Caracas. It's a drama about a woman trapped in a city on the verge of collapse with injustices and clashes between anti-government protesters and the ruling regime. The festival runs through April 27th. Screening times and tickets are available at ChicagoLatinoFilmFestival.org. My Martinez, News Radio.
Pretty wild, huh? They got a security guard there.
Coming up after the break,
must be election year.
The AccuWeather forecast is 6:12. Stay on top of the news.
But I just showed you the guy. I just showed you a guy sleeping in the car inside the station over there. Doesn't have a city sticker, and he's just sleeping there. Why ain't they asking what is he doing, right? Oh man, yeah, there's another cop there. It's hot and heavy over here, man. There's gonna be some killings here, man. Right? Oh, they're doing a drug deal right there. You wanna see a drug deal in an alley? I'll show you. They're doing it. It's all around here. They got Narcan machines in one of these right there. I'll show you. Just because, look, what are the cops doing? Are they doing anything to stop the crime, right? Let's see, can I get through here or not? Can I get out or not? Let's see this. I think so. There we go. Yeah. All right, the community center. Is it open for the people and the drug addicts, or is it just a NGO? Right. There we go. All right, there you go. Drug addicts in the alley. Right. They're right there. I told you they're all around here. They didn't. The cops ain't stopping the drug dealing. Is why they're not stopping it. That's what I'm trying to keep saying, right? They're not stopping the drug dealing, right? There you go. You got cops all around on foot patrols and security guards, right? Right. You got all kinds of cops around, and they're still doing drug deals right here in the alley, right in front of you, right? There, that's a drug deal right there. Doing drugs right there, and there's right there. She's doing the drugs right in front of you, right? She's doing the drugs right there, and there's somebody throwing out her garbage there, right? Going over there. See that? Look, that poor lady's walking her dog there, and she's next to a bunch of drug addicts. You see that there? Look, they're doing the drugs right there, right? And you see that? They're doing drugs right in the open there. See that? They got the pipes in their mouths. They're doing drugs, right? Those are drug addicts right there. There you go. SubX.News. There you go. And you're gonna see the cops right down the street, right? Wanna see the cop? Oh, there. Wait. There's a cop car right there. So there's a cop car not even 10 feet from the drug addicts, right? It's a cop car right here. You want to see? I'll show you, man. I ain't fooling around. There's a guy selling drugs right over there. Here, I'm going to show you right here. The drug addicts were right there, and there's a cop car right there. They're doing drugs right next to the cop car. They don't care, right? Because they know the cop ain't there to stop them. He ain't doing nothing to stop them. There, you want to see? Right here. Right there. There's a cop car right there. The drug addicts are walking. There they go, man. The cops are right over there. Don't you see that there? You want to see where the cops are? Right there. The drug addicts were right there, right? The drug addicts were right there. The cops are right there. Look. I'm not making this stuff up. You're watching this live. Drug addicts doing drugs right in the open here. A few feet from the foot patrols at the Howard line. 6:15 p.m., April 15, 2026. They're right there. You see the cops? That's the same alley we just came out of. It's the same. They're right there. I don't know if they're eating lunch or what they're doing, right? Seen the drug addicts, right? We're right here. I don't know. I'm mumbling now. I'm like, I just seen a bunch of people doing dope. You're watching it just like I am, right? And that's some radio calls, right? Go back to about 5:50 maybe. That's the person that was doing drugs, right? She's jacked up. She was doing the hitting the pipe, wasn't she? She's right there laughing at the cops. Those two young guys just passed by blowing a reefer right by the cops. You're watching it live. SubX.News. You just watched her doing drugs in the alley. She's jumping around all jacked up right in front of cops. They don't do nothing. And 2 young guys walking past me smoking weeds. You say, well, weed's legal. Nah, not on a sidewalk it isn't. Pretty wild, huh? SubX.News. Oh, did I do the... Sorry about that radio calls. I apologize.
You want the details in or just your own separate?
How the detail is in a word.
The detail 08543, 08543.
73 to be Charlie.
Well, hold on 1 second. Alrighty, I'm sorry. 7383 Charlie or 86 Charlie?
7383 Charlie. Can I get a number, please? 69 to the red line.
10553, 10553.
7388 Adam.
Let's get out of here. These guys are starting to watch.
Could I get an event number for
I got a guy watching me. Let me get out of here. I don't want to get shot up here. They shoot people here on the sidewalk. I don't give a fuck up here. Sorry to use my bad language. They killed people right. They killed people right on that sidewalk here. This ain't no joke here.
7387 David.
7387.
Oh yeah, they're all jacked up.
Yeah, can we get a train ride? Car 7107 on the blue line from Jefferson Park towards Logan.
Alright, just dispatch me over right into Logan Square. They did have a call on a fight outside the station in case you run into that. 10584,
There's a whole bunch of people on that side right now. See that there? Logan Square, there's a fight by the blue line, right?
10598, 10598.
You seen it here? SubX.News, you just watched it, right?
Units at 19 and Citywide, we're getting an assault in progress. 4616 North Clifton at Cornerstone Shelter. Caller states the resident is irate and threatening staff. She's a female, black, 50 years of age. District 19, Zone 2 station clear.
Plywood special, right?
7383 Charlie.
See the plywood there?
Units at 5 and Citywide, we have a business person.
Alright, 7387 Charlie.
7387 to us.
Oh, just 7387. Sorry about that.
No worries. Did you have something at Logan Square?
Yeah, that was the one I read out earlier. There were supposed to have been people fighting in front of the station.
Alright, I'll take a ride over there if nobody's done anything. My car there, or my guys that were over there are on a trip mission over there at Jefferson Park.
Yeah, I warned them, but there's 1432 and 1431 are over there on scene.
Excellent, thank you, Schweiss.
Citizen 1 over the Citywide. We're getting a call of assist PO, off-duty PO involved 1 South State target, 1 South State target. Said that he's fighting with seek claim regarding 2 teen females fighting with an off-duty PO at that location. Hitting offender, making threats, yelling, using profanity, call stealing, nothing further. This is Zone 4, District 1, we're clear.
At the Target store, right?
Unit 6 on the Citywide, we're going to person with a gun. 7658 South May, Unit 2, Sam. Mr. Collins said the sister and her sister's boyfriend are in dispute. The boyfriend is armed with a gun. Now further, District 6 on a cliff.
Female teenagers caught stealing at the Target in downtown, now fighting with the off-duty PO that caught them.
7383 David. Has we given our the red line at Garfield? 10707. 10707.
7386 Charlie.
Off-duty officer.
86 Charlie.
You get an event for Clark and Lake train.
10713. 10713.
On State Street.
4735.
3735.
4735, Citywide K9, good evening.
4735, good evening.
7383 boy.
7383 boy.
You have that number for 79 on the red line.
10721, 10721.
7391 Charlie.
7391 Charlie.
Torrance Avenue, event number for State and Lake Redlands.
10740, 10740. 7386 David.
I have another number, Chicago Red Line.
10747, 10747.
7388 boy.
88 boy.
Can I give you that number for transmission at Polanski in the blue line, please?
Um, 10756, 10756.
That's what, thank you.
You're welcome.
Seven 387 David.
7387 David.
Yeah, where is this battery or what did you have? 7383 George.
7383 George.
So I think it was that number for lunch at 725 South Sealy.
For your lunch, it's gonna be 10776, 10776. And 7387 Charlie.
You see that lady balancing that box on her head? That's pretty cool there, right? See that lady there? See that lady there? She was balancing that box on her head. That was pretty cool.
Logan Square job.
I asked about it a couple minutes ago.
Yeah, we found it. I'm just a relief. I didn't know what you were talking about. 1431 is over there. They had a male throwing punches at another male outside the train entrance. A male black 6'2" with dark clothing.
They coded it?
No, 1431 is there right now.
They can head that way.
Okay, 10-4.
7363.
7363.
Number for a drop off is Sir Making Red.
10791, 10791.
Violence at the Logan Square blue line. Somebody throwing punches.
7384 boy.
Get a number for a platform check 652 Garfield in the red line.
10818, 10818.
4734.
4734.
Could you please tell me who the requester is?
It says 6550 Charlie.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
7385 David.
7385 David.
So let me get the event number for 79th in the route line south.
79 Red South is going to be 10834, 10834.
For the units in Tulsa City, a person with a knife, 2132 West Washington, 2132 West Washington at the West Haven Market and Grill. Robert's calling, says there's a male black 6'4", armed with a knife, making threats toward the staff. He was wearing a blue Yankees hat turned toward the back, a white hoodie, blue jeans, and has a hole in his neck. The male was walking eastbound on Washington toward the lake. I have nothing further.
That's kind of messed up. That's a messed up call there. We're going to have to listen to that one a second time. I can't even believe that one.
7387 David.
7387 David.
What was that event number for that assault?
That was wild there, right? What the heck? That's some
Unit 19 Citywide coming in as battery in progress, 4424 North Clifton. It is domestic related. Neighbors having a fight, no one to exchange. Nothing else. No to radio.
7387 7384 boy.
7384 boy.
Get a number for a platform check 64734.
4734.
Could you please tell me who the requester is?
It says 6550 Charlie.
Thank you.
You up?
7385 David.
7385 David.
So let me get the event number for 79th in the route line south.
79 Red South is going to be 10834. 10834.
City units in Tulsa City, right, a person with a knife, 2132 West Washington, 2132 West Washington at the West Haven Market and Grill. Robert's calling, says there's a male black 6'4", armed with a knife, making threats toward the staff. He was wearing a blue Yankees hat turned toward the back, a white hoodie, blue jeans, and has a hole in his neck. The male was walking eastbound on Washington toward the lake. I have nothing further. 12th District, Zone 3.
7387 David.
That's crazy.
7387 David.
What was that event number for that assault?
Unit 19 right, coming in as battery in progress, 4424 North Clifton. It is domestic related. Neighbors have notified no one to succeed. Nothing else. Zone 2 radio.
7387 David.
87 David.
Get a number for a train ride from Logan to Jefferson Park.
All right, from Logan to Jeff Park on the blue is going to be 10880. 10880.
6:30, right? Let's pause this right here. I'll get back to it. And this is 6:30 news, right? Listen to how they talk about the school shooting today, right? It's a school shooting. It was after school at the bus stop. I worked there. That's school shooting.
Residents now face eviction after a lengthy rent dispute.
This is Nancy Hardy. A driver who's a paraplegic after a crash on I-55 reaches a settlement with construction companies.
Plus, a federal jury finds Ticketmaster and his parent company Live Nation operated a monopoly over large concert venues. And we know that the Cubs are facing off against the Philadelphia Phillies. At the bottom of the third is 3-1 with the Cubs up. And the Sox, they're taking on the Rays later on tonight. And the Blackhawks will finish their season tonight hosting the Sharks. That's coming up later on as well. AccuWeather's letting us know that there is a flood watch through late tonight. We'll have a couple of showers and a heavy thunderstorm or two that could happen around into early tonight. Any thunderstorm can be severe with damaging winds, hail, flash flooding, and even a tornado's possible. Lingering clouds and a shower is going to happen later on tonight. It'll be a low near 60 degrees. Here is your top story. Restaurant and bar workers in Chicago are still in line for a pay raise this summer after aldermen and city council failed to override Mayor Brent Johnson's veto of a proposed wage freeze. WBBM's Rob Hart reports.
Representatives of labor and restaurant groups packed the council gallery for this debate, which focused on whether the city's law phasing out the so-called tip credit in Chicago's minimum wage should be paused. West Side Alderman Gilbert Villegas told colleagues the city's restaurants were struggling with higher expenses for everything, including labor.
They're reducing hours and they're reducing staff. And that's not what we want. That's counterproductive.
Alderperson Jesse Fuentes sponsored the original tipped wage phase-out called One Fair Wage. She told colleagues she's committed to a meeting with all sides next week to find other ways to help struggling restaurant owners.
We cannot shift the burden onto labor to say you don't deserve a raise today because everything's too expensive.
30 aldermen voted for the override.
What an idiot. What a damn idiot.
34 necessary. Villegas says the effort to pause the wage law is not over.
There will be a round two.
Rob Hart, News Radio 105.9 WBBM.
A lengthy standoff over rent prices in Rogers Park has now resulted in eviction notices.
We kind of see this as just clear retaliation.
Maya Azul is an organizer with the All Chicago Tenant Alliance, which helped residents of 4 different Rogers Park apartment buildings along Damon Avenue unionize after their buildings were acquired by a developer and rent skyrocketed.
New landlord buys the building, trying to push the current tenants out, and is now doing so using the eviction process.
Azul says residents in 59 unionized units who began a rent strike last year now face eviction and continue to call for fair negotiations.
It's really hard to rent right now in Chicago. A lot of the neighborhoods are going through the same thing. The process of gentrification, it's hard to say where people would go.
Andy Day, News Radio 105.9 WBBM.
And we're still waiting. We did reach out to ARC management for comment. And a woman who lost use of her legs after a crash in an expressway construction zone has reached a $60 million settlement.
Sarah Grassner has to use a wheelchair after the 2022 crash that sent her car into a ditch. Attorneys for the 31-year-old woman from Minooka say she was hit by a car that swerved to avoid a giant pothole on I-55 near Renwick Road in Will County. A pothole Clifford Law contends was the result of contractors milling the pavement too deep and allowing traffic on the road at 65 miles an hour. A lawsuit against nearly a dozen construction companies was set for trial this week. Grassner's attorney says the settlement will help her cope with the physical, mental, and emotional needs for decades to come. Nancy Hardy, News Radio 105.9 WBBM.
And there are reports of some progress between the U.S. and Iran. AP's Lisa Dwyer has more.
Mediators are moving closer to extending the ceasefire between the United States and Iran and restarting negotiations to salvage the fragile truce before it expires next week. The U.S. blockade on Iranian ports and renewed Iranian threats have imperiled the week-old agreement, but regional officials say they are making progress and says that the United States and Iran have an in-principle agreement to extend it to allow for more diplomacy. Whether the ceasefire would hold is unclear as the U.S. presses ahead.
Well, until they get on the local news, we'll do this quick hit, right? 6:34 p.m. We're at Rosemont and Clark's. Normal for a street to look this way? Look at it. It's horrible. You got holes everywhere. You got holes everywhere, man. But you got a brand new bike lane. Look at this. Look. Look. This is our city's priorities. You have a brand spanking new here. Brand spanking concrete bike lane. See that there? Right next to it, you got holes in the street. See that there? Look. That's brand new. Look at the street there. Street's got all holes, man. That's horrible, man. Look at that stuff. That's horrendous there, man. See that there? So we got priorities. Got brand new bike lanes. Look at that. So you're only a few feet away from that bike lane. Only a few feet. That's the point. See that? They couldn't fix the sidewalk. Only a few feet. There you go. The whole street's messed up. What is that? That's weird, man, isn't it? I think that's corruption. That's what that's called.
To understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexity of running thousands of seminars.
Let's get going. I had to stop because I seen that. I'm like,
improved SEO saw immediate increases in
that bike lane is completely brand new, right? Bike lane corruption. You have a brand new bike lane, but you got super potholes right on the street. Kind of strange, ain't it? 6:35 p.m. Clark and Rosemont, north side of Chicago, April 15, 2026.
Now, the lowest gas prices from News Radio 105.9 WBBM.
Kind of wild, right?
Where bonus cash is
we gotta get to a sunset, right?
To 4,000 bonus cash on a great selection of new Ford models. For details, visit PackyWeb Ford today. And thanks to our listeners for the following gas prices. In Lake Moore, the Thorntons on Belvedere Road and City V Sub 47 is selling gas for $4.19 per gallon. In Deer Park, the Shell on Randall Road and Lake Cook Road has gas for $4.24 per gallon. If you see a low gas price, please give us a call at 312-409-4277. And traffic and weather together on the 8th.
Ready to go? Radio calls, right? Let's switch. Let's switch back to radio calls so we don't miss anything, right? Right here. Let's go back to the radio calls, all right?
7383 Charlie.
7383 Charlie.
Can you get a number, please? 69 at the red light.
Sure, it's 108 10886. 10886.
Got the fucking headphones on. I'm not saying that, but you got the fuckers got their fucking headphones on. They got fucking tattoos. And they got that shit right in front of them. Don't give a fuck, man. Sorry to use that bad language. It just...
Gonna be
I'm sorry I said that, but that's what you got. Headphones and fucking tattoos. That's what you got there. Wow, there's corruption right in front of you. It's in front of you, right? What is this shit, man? And then they cut down the...
Units in Tulsa, right in assault progress, Levitt range. Race in Levitt, there's an intoxicated male white, bald, shirtless, trying to pick a fight with a male Asian. No, fight with a male Hispanic in a gray top across the street from the Mitchell School. I have nothing further, 12th District, Zone 3.
Sorry to be that way, but you see these things in front of you, and it's bizarre, right? To me, it's bizarre. You spend money on that, but yet the street where it's being used mostly is not fixed. Weird. So, but here's the thing. It's like you got a broken window, right? Or whatever, broken door. The wood's crooked and the window's broken, and you put a new window in, but the wood's still crooked. Don't make no sense, does it? Think about it. You have a broken window. The wood's crooked, all messed up, mangled up, right? It's a broken window, and you just put the broken window. You put a new window pane in there. It doesn't even make sense, does it? Why would you do that? It's still broken. It's messed up. It doesn't. Oh, I put a glass in there. It's just gonna be broken again. You kind of get where I'm going with that one? It doesn't make sense. What we see in front of us doesn't make any sense. Why did they put the bike lanes in and didn't fix the street? Don't you do it so what are you gonna do? Tear up the street afterwards? Look at this. You have all new bike lanes. These are all new bike lanes here. All brand new, but the street's no good. The street's got potholes. It's all messed up. It makes no sense. See all the leaves all messed up? Now, I like that bike lane there. That's a nice bike lane there. That's separate. That's how it should be. I like that one there. But you have potholes in the street? That makes no sense. It's bizarre. What is that? It's, again, someone fixing a broken window. The wood's rotten. It's all crooked. And you just put a piece of glass in there. It's still rotten and crooked. Doesn't make no sense, does it? That's just my thinking. I don't know. Maybe that's just the way I think. Maybe that's just the way I think.
7384 Adam.
7384.
63rd red line.
10963. 10963. So units in China City, where's the battery in progress? 5454 South Shore Drive. 5454 South Shore Drive. It's anonymous. It's a fight behind the bar called Cove. No weapon seen. I got nothing further. 2nd District, Zone 7.
7383 boy.
7383 boy.
Can we please have an event for lunch, please, in the 6th District?
10-4, your number is 11023. 11023.
4, thank you. 7394 Charlie.
7394 Charlie.
7394 Charlie. Can I just have an event number for Stain and Lake Red, please?
Sure, it's 11035. 11035.
7384 Charlie.
7384 Charlie.
Get some numbers for a red line check. I have 47.
Alright, you can take 11046. 11046.
PH1, heading in the midway from fuel.
PH1 so far.
7383 Frank.
7383 Frank.
Didn't name the number. My name, boss. 1292 from Langley, 29 westbound, please.
Alright, it's going to be 11074. 11074.
7383 Adam.
A3 Adam.
2116 West 95th.
10-4. And your number is 10909. 10909.
7387 David.
7387 David.
We got a number for a trip mission, Jefferson Park, please.
11104. 11104.
7384 Adam.
84 Adam.
Can we get a VIN number for 69th Road?
11112. 11112.
386 Charlie.
7386 Charlie.
Get an event for Clark Elite train.
Was that my imagination, or is that a shut down restaurant?
11130.
That's a whole restaurant shut down there, right?
7391 Charlie.
It's everywhere, even in this is Andersonville, right?
Yeah, we did a bit of a first stop.
That was a shut down restaurant, wasn't it? There, that Italian joint on the corner there. It's dinner time. It's 6:44 p.m. Right? We still do dinner in this country at 6:44. Or did they change that too? Or is dinner racist? Dinner time is racist. I know it. I caught it. Dinner time is racist, right? That's a white supremacist thing. Dinner time is racist, right? Yeah, that's the next thing they're gonna say. Why restaurants close? You do know there's a video today. Why I said that, right? I'm gonna put it on our page. Brandon Johnson said the restaurant industry is racism. That's rooted in slavery. That's what he said today. There's a video of him saying that. Brandon Johnson said restaurant business is slavery. 6:45 p.m., April 15, 2026. I don't know what's going on with this restaurant, but it's dinner time here, and this place is closed. See that there? I don't know if they're open at dinner or something like that. I don't know. They're in there. I see some people in there, but why would they have their chairs up? I guess it's raining? I don't know. It's kind of strange, right? I'll get you guys that clip, right? Yeah, he said that. Let me get you that clip. Oh, we're caught up on the radio calls or not?
For the ends in 11 and 10 citywide, I got a person with a gun, Roosevelt and Independence and Roosevelt. Female caller, it was a hang-up, but she advised that a male black brandished a firearm, and he was heading westbound on Roosevelt. Male was wearing all black clothing. I guess he was with two other males. I got no description of him. That's as further as his own test.
David, unit coming in?
384 David. Can we get numbers for train 35th, red line?
Alright, it's gonna be 11231. 11231.
383 Frank.
7383 Frank.
Force One, could you show us rating bus 1213 from Princeton on 79th Street, eastbound?
Alright, it's going to be 11237. 11237.
3386 Adam.
86 Adam.
Yeah, can I get numbers for the Roosevelt red line?
Sure, it's 11253. 11253.
7394 boy.
7394 boy.
Well, let me get a red light check on State Lake, please.
Alright, 11258. 11258. Alright, information for the police in case there's a Lakeshore Drive unit near 530 North Lakeshore Drive. A motorist says they're in the northbound lanes just south of Navy Pier. There's a large piece of a street sign or a pole in the far right lane. Information only.
7350.
7350.
National Squad, can I have 3 separate events, please, for quality of life missions? One for 95th, 79th, and 69th Street, please.
That's a bigger quality of life.
For 69th, it's going to be 11274. 11274. For 79th, 11271. 11271. For For 95th, 11267. 11267.
99, thank you.
Yep.
86 David.
86 David.
Chicago red line, please. Thank you.
86 Adam.
Yeah, can I get numbers for the Roosevelt red line?
Sure, it's 11253. 11253.
7394, boy.
7394, boy.
Well, let me get a red light check. I stay late, please.
Alright, 11258. 11258. Alright, information for the police in case there's a Lakeshore Drive unit near 530 North Lakeshore Drive. A motorist says they're in the northbound lanes just south of Navy Pier. There's a large piece of a street sign or a pole in the far right lane. Information only.
7350.
7350.
Afternoon Squad, can I have 3 separate events, please, for quality of life missions? One for 95th, 79th, and 69th Street, please.
Alright, 7350 for 69th is going to be 11274. 11274. For 79th, 11271. 11271. For 95th, 11267. 11267.
99, thank you.
Yep.
86 David, 7350.
7350.
Afternoon Squad, can I have 3 separate events, please, for quality of life missions? One for 95th, 79th, and 69th Street, please.
Alright, 7350 for 69th is going to be 11274. 11274. For 79th, 11271. 11271. For 95th, 11267. 11267.
99, thank you.
Yep.
86 David.
86 David.
Chicago red line, please. Thank you.
You're welcome. It's going to be 11283. 11283.
7386 Charlie.
7386 Charlie.
Get an event for flunking late train.
11291. 11291.
So those are, quality of life is smoking. That means they caught somebody smoking or doing something on the trains, and then they give them a, that's what it's called. That's why.
Make that call a 5 Frank.
So that's why I stopped by and wrote that down. Quality of life is they caught somebody on the train either drinking or smoking, and they give them a quality of life something. It's not a ticket anymore. You can't, it's like that homeless law that they're trying to pass down in Springfield. They passed an ordinance in Chicago that you can't arrest people for quality of life. That's what that is. That's where we're at. I always say this: not every terrorist carries a gun. Now you see it, right? You can hear it. You can read about it. When children get shot after school at a bus stop, that's terrorism. That's straight terrorism. There is no other, you can call it gangs and drugs and all, but it's urban terrorism. That's what it is. And when it happens consistently, almost on a daily, if not, let's say almost daily, but for sure weekly basis, that one teenager dies of violence in a city, that's urban terrorism, especially when it's not in the back alley, when they're drug dealing or there's some kind of gang war going on, like we think about the Jets and the Sharks, right? From the West Side Story. This is happening right in broad daylight at a bus stop after school. That was a student shot. That was a Hyde Park student shot on 63rd and Stone. I don't even need to think about it because I used to teach there. I know the intersection. I know it well. We used to have police that used to be there. Guess what? Oh, did I mention that? They don't have police after school. Why? Because that is what causes trauma. SROs were removed from schools. Start this here, the pattern here. The union wants to not be in school May 1st. The union removed police officers from school campuses. Same thing at Juarez, where 2 people were murdered on campus, and they lied about that one. They said it didn't happen on site, and it did happen right on school grounds, right underneath the bridge there. Now you just have a school shooting at where? At a bus stop where all the students hang out. Again, school shooting, we used to have cops used to be stationed there all the time. I know, I was there out there. I was a teacher there. I know what happens out there. Adam Toledo was a gangbanger shooting at people. After him, they passed a no chase policy. So now you can't arrest teenagers. You can't chase teenagers. Right? There's a no arrest teenager juvenile policy too. So now what do you have? You have what? Teenagers being shot. Who did all of these ordinances? Who did all of this? Who created all of these policies? The Chicago Teachers Union. That's who did it. They did it. It's them. Jackson Potter, Bill Ayers, Carol Cariff, Jen Johnson. She ducked out. She's in Michigan now. She left. She knew what was happening here. They were going after her. She's from Grand Rapids or something like that. She's a terrorist. She's from terrorist area over there. Right. Well, Jen Johnson. Don't forget her name. She's part of this. Carol Cariff. They're all connected, you know how? To who? Bill Ayers. He wants to destroy the city of Chicago. He still has a grievance about 1968. That dude's a creep, man. Look at him. He's a white supremacist. He's got all kinds of tattoos on him, man. Look at the guy. Carol's Pub. If you ever want nice country music, go over there. They used to have lingerie shows there. I don't think they do anymore. So we're going to get some dinner. We're going to see a sunset. That's what we're going to do. I'm going to keep repeating it. These things are not happening by accident. They're set up. All right? They're set up. That's why I say that.
13 from Princeton on 79th Street, eastbound.
All right, it's going to be 11237, 11237.
3386, Adam.
86, Adam.
Yeah, can I get numbers for the Roosevelt red line?
Sure, it's 11253, 11253.
7394, boy.
7394, boy.
Alright, let me get a red light check at State Lake.
Think about what you're watching. They wiped out all the parking on one side of the street for all those businesses.
Information for the police in case there's a Lakeshore Drive unit near
We already heard
530
this,
North
right?
Lakeshore
We
Drive.
already heard that. Why don't we jump back there?
Northbound lanes.
We already heard that.
7388, Adam.
7388, Adam.
Is it a surprise that businesses are closed? Oh, I don't think it is. You've seen all those stores closed, right?
11401.
7385, Charlie.
7385, Charlie.
Get that number to 87 red line.
11404, 11404. 623 units and 6. We have a burglary in progress at 7822 South Vernon, 7822 South Vernon. Caller stage 2 guys are breaking into the construction site in the rear. No further information, so that station clear.
7383, David.
7383, David.
Hey, can I get the red number for red line and Garfield, please?
11410, 11410.
7384 Eddie.
7384 Eddie.
Have a number for platform check, red line, serving, please.
Alright, it's going to be 11419, 11419.
7388 boy.
88 boy.
We're on train number 7147 going eastbound from Pulaski. Can I get any of that number?
11428, 11428.
Seven 7384 Adam.
7384 Adam.
Is that number for 69 red?
69 red is going to be 11439, 11439.
735 Adam.
Adam.
Can I get a VIN number, please, for the red line at 95th South Terminal, lower level?
Alright, south lower is going to be 11453. 11453.
I think we're caught up to the radio calls, huh? We're going to listen to 7 o'clock news coming up. How about that? And we're going to get to a sunset, and that'll be tonight's ride. And we might go back on live. We might do some other stuff. We'll see. 7 o'clock news.
Inspector General accuses more than a dozen O'Hare employees of drinking on the job.
This is Nancy Hardy in Rogers Park, where boarded up windows remain after an apartment fire sent 3 people to the hospital.
Plus, a federal jury finds Live Nation and Ticketmaster ran illegal monopolies. Now, this is the latest coming on next from CBS News. In WBBM Sports, the Cubs, they are playing against the Phillies, and it's up 5-1 at the top of the 5th. And we got a flood watch for late tonight. We'll have more in a couple of minutes, but right now it's 7 o'clock.
This is CBS News on the Hour, your home for original reporting.
I'm Jennifer Kuiper. A jury finds that Live Nation and Ticketmaster had a harmful monopoly over big concert venues. CBS's Jolene Kent.
Ticketmaster and Live Nation have lost a critical legal battle over how much you pay to see concerts. After 4 days of deliberation, a federal jury in New York ruled that Live Nation and its subsidiary, Ticketmaster, illegally operated as a monopoly and overcharged customers in more than 30 states.
A lawyer for the states calls it a great day for antitrust law. According to California Attorney General Rob Bonta's office, which was part of the lawsuit, the judge will now determine the total damages amount and penalties. President Trump says he's optimistic the war with Iran could soon come to an end as pressure intensifies on Tehran over control of the Strait of Hormuz. CBS's Elizabeth Palmer has more.
It does seem clear that the U.S. blockade is not only turning back ships which have loaded up at Iranian ports, thereby stopping money from Iranian oil going into the Iranian economy, but also just generally putting a chill on shipping.
U.S. stocks hit an all-time high and roared back from losses caused by the Iran war as the S&P 500 continues a 2-week rally. Severe storms have been slamming the central U.S. for days. They are now moving east, threatening 50 million Americans, with another possible outbreak of tornadoes and hail. CBS News meteorologist Rob Marciano.
Multiple days of storms going over the same areas, and here we go again. Flood watches have been expanded, and now we got tornado watches across 7 states. So from western parts of Illinois, eastern Iowa, which has a tornado warning south of Des Moines, all the way down to the Texas border.
A key spy tool faces major obstacles in Congress ahead of its expiration next Monday. CBS's Cammie McCormick reports.
It's known as Section 702 of the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act. It allows the government to collect the communications of non-citizens outside the U.S., but it could also sweep up the data of Americans who are in contact with those targeted foreigners. National security officials have long argued it's essential to prevent terrorist attacks. Opponents from both parties worry it allows federal authorities to snoop on Americans without a warrant. The Trump administration wants an 18-month reauthorization of the law without any changes.
Rideshare drivers say rising gas prices are affecting their profits. Raul Cifuentes is a disabled driver for Uber and Lyft.
It feels like I'm a non-profit organization. It's like driving a lot for very little money. It feels like giving like free rides.
Some companies like DoorDash and Uber offer cash back to some drivers to help them out. This is CBS News.
What is going on? What's going on here? How is this possible?
Wrigleyville, right? Wrigley. You see they got the protections for cars driving on the sidewalk, all of that stuff. See that there? It's bustling here, right? And they say Ricketts is a bad guy, right? Wasn't he Republican or something? It looks like he knows what he's doing. Look at it, it's booming up here, right? It's booming. It's nice.
Marshall and is currently
maybe he's a little smart.
Here in Chicago, we are dealing with a flood watch that's going to happen through late tonight. It's going to be a couple of showers and heavy thunderstorms around into early tonight. Any thunderstorm can be severe with damaging winds, hail, flash, flooding, and even a tornado. Will have lingering clouds and a shower late tonight. It's going to be a low near 60. Now, we're going to check in with AccuWeather to give us that 5-day forecast at 7:15. But right now, here is our top local story on News Radio WBBM. A new report alleges that some Chicago airport employees were engaging in misconduct. WBBM's Andy Dane reports that some workers were drinking on the job.
The final report of Inspector General Deborah Witzberg's tenure highlights numerous investigations in the first quarter of 2026, including one at the Chicago Department of Aviation. The report says at least 8 O'Hare employees often drank at nearby bars, attended parties, and drank during lunch breaks, all while on the clock. Witzberg says some of those meals included supervisors who purchased the alcohol and later told investigators it was not their responsibility to know if subordinates were drinking on the job. Workers are also accused of spending hours at a nearby gym or sitting in their cars, all while on the clock, stealing and copying parking placards, and lying during the IG's investigations. The report recommends all 14 involved CDA, water management, and transportation employees be fired. Andy Day, News Radio 105.9 WBBM.
Restaurant and bar servers in Chicago will still be in a line for a raise this summer after an attempt to block that raise failed in city council. Aldermen fell 4 votes short in an attempt to override Mayor Brandon Johnson's veto of a measure that would have paused the city's ordinance phasing out the so-called tip credit in Chicago's minimum wage law. Now, restaurant owners have expressed concerns about rising costs affecting their businesses. However, Humboldt Park Alderperson Jesse Fuentes told colleagues before the vote that it was unfair to shift the financial burden to service workers.
Making sure that people can afford their rents and pay their bills and put food in their refrigerator is not a politically correct thing to do. It's a human thing to do. It's a just thing to do. It's the right thing to do.
In other city council action, aldermen voted to approve the first cab fare increase in the city since 2016 and confirmed the mayor's appointment of Kenya Merritt as the city's cultural affairs commissioner. Fire officials continue to investigate the cause of a far north side apartment fire that left 3 people hospitalized this morning.
Kyle says he was out walking his dog at around 1 a.m. when he saw 2 people leaning out a window of a 3-story apartment building here at the corner of Lunt and Greenview.
And I asked them if, do they need to jump out? And they said probably. So I ran back to the apartment with the dog to take her back so I could come back and help catch them or something if they needed it. By the time I got back, the fire trucks were showing up.
The rescue got a little complicated with a tree making it hard for firefighters to get up to the 3rd floor, he says, but they were able to bring down the 2 people one at a time. The fire department says it transported 1 person in critical condition and 2 others in fair to serious condition. Crews also had to resuscitate some pets. In Andersonville, Nancy Hardy, News Radio 105.9 WBBM.
An investigation is underway in West Humboldt Park after more than 30 school buses were damaged overnight. Chicago police say someone snuck into a lot near Chicago and Keeler and vandalized 33 buses. It's not clear what was done to the buses or by how many people. A federal judge has blocked an Indiana law that would have allowed student IDs to be used as an acceptable form of identification for voting.
Before the ban became law, Chris Daly with the ACLU argued against it.
They can use these IDs to register to vote. It does not make sense that then they can't, on the day to vote, use that same ID.
Republican State Senator Blake Dorio said at the time, student IDs don't confirm a voter's residency. Here he's questioned by State Representative Pat Boy, a Democrat.
Don't you think we're disenfranchising a lot of students?
No, I don't believe we're disenfranchising them. We're requiring them to do the very same thing that other residents in the state of Indiana do.
The governor signed the legislation into law last year. U.S. District Judge Richard Young approved a preliminary injunction preventing it from being enforced. University IDs will be accepted at polling places next month. Mike Krauser, News Radio 105.9 WBBM.
At 7:08, it's time for traffic and weather together on the 8s. And it's
PH1, we're back up.
PH174.
7363.
7363.
Yes, young lady, can you over down lunch report to Wabash 62 is with me?
Somewhere. Your number is going to be 11367, 11367.
For the units in Salt City, right, a battery in progress, 115 North Carpenter. 115 North Carpenter, Melanie says there are 2 males fighting in a crowd of 6. Unknown if any weapons are involved, nothing further, 12th District, Zone 3.
7383.
738380.
Number for 47 at the red, please.
11386, 11386. Units of 6 and Citywide, we have a person with a gun at 7658 South May Street. 7658 South May Street, Apartment 2. Caller states her sister and child's father are in a dispute, and he has a gun. Sister's name is Ashanti Brown. No further information. Zone 8 station clear.
7388 Adam.
7388 Adam.
Could I get a Cat C platform check on the blue line, please?
For the units in the
401, 11401.
7385 Charlie.
7385 Charlie.
Give that number to 87 red line.
11404, 11404. 623 units and 6. We have a burglary in progress at 7822 South Vernon, 7822 South Vernon. Caller states 2 guys are breaking into the construction site in the rear. No further information. Zone 8 station clear.
7383 David.
7383 David.
Hey, can I get an event number for red line in Garfield, please?
11410, 11410.
7384 Eddie.
7384 Eddie.
Event number for platform check red line 7, please.
Alright, it's going to be 11419, 11419.
7388 boy.
88 boy.
We're on train number 7147 going eastbound from Pulaski. Can I get any event numbers?
11428, 11428.
7384 Adam.
7384 Adam.
Event number for 69 Red.
69 red is going to be 11439, 11439.
7385 Adam.
85 Adam.
Can I get an event number, please, for the red line at 95th?
I'm picking me up some dinner. We're gonna end with a sunset tonight. I'm going somewhere right now. I'm gonna pick up some dinner over here. Man, look at all that flooding there.
Always a large crowd of males are fighting. Unknown weapons, nothing further.
What was that? Prairie and what? What was that?
58th and Prairie.
58th and Prairie.
Crowd of males are fighting. Unknown weapons, nothing further. Second issue from 7. 10-3 Portrait.
58th and Prairie.
7387 David. We got a train ride on car 3.
58th and Prairie, large crowd of males fighting.
Towards Logan.
Alright, just use caution with those guys in front harassing people. Your vet 11484, 11484.
11484, what did you say before that?
The job that I read out at the blue line at Logan Square with the group harassing another guy in front and or chasing him. Who knows the story? They're there, they're gone, they're chasing them, they're back, who knows? Only description really we have is a male Hispanic, brown hat, green coat, orange bag, and another male. They have an orange hat and green shirt.
Okay. Walking around, will you move on today?
No. You guys got the meal deals here or not?
Yes, we do.
You got the what? Hamburger one for $6?
McDouble?
Is that what it is?
Yes, it is. What sauce and drink?
Why don't you give me honey mustard and give me a Coke?
Honey mustard and a Coke?
Yeah, you got Coca-Cola, right?
That'll be all.
That's it, my brother. Appreciate it. Thank you. So the Logan Square is blown up. Did you just hear that? Said you got to be careful there. They're dangerous. I got marked that one. Did you hear that one?
7386 Adam.
736 Adam.
The biggest numbers for the Roseville Red Line.
11519. 11519.
391 David.
391 David.
Is that number for an State Lake Road?
11531. 11531.
And 391 David.
Where is that call for the blue line there?
7386 Charlie.
736 Charlie.
Clark and Lake Blue Line, please.
The Logan Square it was, right?
That's 411563. 11563.
3.
3.
Hey, Squawk, I get 2. I get 1 for Monroe and then 1 for the Chicago Lock.
Alright, from Monroe, it's 11577, 11577. And Chicago Lock's 11580. 11580.
Units 25 and Citywide, we have a person with a gun, 6430 through 6499 West Diversey Avenue, 6430 through 6499 West Diversey Avenue. Male, Hispanic, red shirt, black pants, has a gun, got out of school, white Cadillac, went inside, 5 Below store at Brickyard, nothing further. Zone 12, District 25, clear.
7383 Frank.
7383, Frank.
You shows right above 1267 from Western eastbound on 29th
I'm
Street.
trying to look for that Logan Square one that she was talking about.
7386 boy. 7387 David. We got a train ride on car 325.
623 units and 6. We have a burglary in progress at 7822 South Vernon. 7822 South Vernon.
7384 Eddie.
738 Eddie.
Have a number for platform check, red line 7, please. 7388.
7388.
You can show me at the Kedzie home in Blue Line. CTA 7384 Adam.
7384 Adam.
Is that number for 69 red?
69 red is that
7385 Adam.
85 Adam.
Can I get the number please for the red line at 96?
3 innocent, 10 in City. It's a battery in progress. 58 in Prairie, 58 in Prairie.
7384 David.
7384 David.
7387 David. We got a train ride on car 3257 Blue Line from Jefferson Park towards Logan.
Alright, just keep caution with those guys in front harassing people.
That's the call.
11484, 11484.
Said use caution.
11484. What did you say before that?
The job that I read out, that's Blue Line at Logan Square, with the group harassing another guy in front. In or chasing him, who knows the story. They're there, they're gone, they're chasing them, they're back, who knows. Only description really we have is a male Hispanic, brown hat, green coat, orange bag, and another male. They have an orange hat and green shirt.
So you got groups of people harassing somebody over at Logan Square. First of all, how is that happening, right? Right? Secondly, they're not, she's like, oh, they keep going back and forth. Well, why aren't you stopping it? But then she says to the cop, oh, you gotta be careful, right? Wiener Circle, you don't know where that's at, right? I'm not actually record that one. I have to put that one, I have to put the whole video of that report. It's kind of wild that the police are not stopping the crime. That's what I kept saying all day long, right? Man, they have to walk on the street there. That's dangerous.
391 David.
Group harassing people at Logan Square Blue Line. Don't know how they're at the train station, but they're even telling the cops to be careful. Alright, I'm going to play that one more call because I'm going to record it.
Clark and Lake Blue Line, please. 7387, David. We get a train ride on car 3257 Blue Line from Jefferson Park towards Logan.
Alright, keep caution with the guys in front harassing people. You're at 11484, 11484.
11484, what did you say before that?
The job that I read out at the Blue Line at Logan Square with the group harassing another guy in front and or chasing him. Who knows the story? They're there, they're gone, they're chasing him, they're back, who knows? Only description really we have is a male Hispanic, brown hat, green coat, and orange bag, and another male. They have it as orange hat and green shirt.
Okay. 7384, David.
7384, David.
7386, Adam.
7386, Adam.
Can they get numbers for the Roosevelt Red Line?
11519, 11519.
7391, David.
7391, David.
Is that number for Nane Skating Lake Red?
Going to a sunset, right? That's where I'm going to.
531.
7391, David.
7391, David.
Can I get an event for a street stop, State and Lake Red?
And the street stop, okay. 11558, 11558.
7386, Charlie.
7386, Charlie.
Clark and Lake Blue Line, please.
411563, 11563.
M3.
M3.
Hey, Squawk, can I get two? I get one for Monroe and then one for Chicago Lock.
Alright, for Monroe, it's 11577, 11577. And Chicago Lock's 11580, 11580.
Units 25 and Citywide, we have a person with a gun, 6430 through 6499 West Diversity Avenue, 6430 through 6499 West Diversity Avenue. Male, Hispanic, red shirt, black pants, has a gun, got out of school, white Cadillac, went inside, 5 below store at Brickyard, nothing further. Zone 12, District 25, clear.
7383, Frank.
7383, Frank.
You show us right above Boat 67 from Western eastbound on 29th Street.
11589, 11589.
7386, boy.
7386, boy.
For, you wanna go for Blue Line, Jack,
Lincoln Park we're in right now.
11600, 11600.
We're in Lincoln Park. One of the most expensive neighborhoods in the city.
7384, boy.
The number for platform check, 56, building resident.
11615, 11615.
David?
Have a David unit coming in.
7386, David.
7386.
Number 3 for Chicago Red Line.
11625, 11625.
7388, boy.
7388, boy.
Can I get an event number at Racine and Blue Line, please?
11633, 11633.
7383, Adam.
7383, Adam.
Okay, I'm going to do one for the south and then one for the north terminal. 96 Red Line.
11645. 11645.
I'm trying to get to a sunset video right now.
384 David.
384 David.
Can I now get a number for 33 Red Line?
Oz Park.
11659.
Come over if you want to see a cool park. There's Oz Park right here.
Just for
Oz
information,
Park.
getting an assault in progress. Blue line, Jackson Van Buren, 328 South Dearborn. 3 people on the train are arguing. Female, gray jacket, female, white shirt, black jeans, and a male, no description. Their concern is going to escalate. It's the 5th train car, number 718, facing northbound.
Lots of violence on the CTA today. Lots.
Keep an eye out for that.
There's a lot of violence on the CTA, a lot today. Well, we had a kid killed at a bus stop, right?
Van Buren and Jackson, 328
Can't get worse than that.
The 5th train car, facing northbound, car 718.
Bobby.
Again, it's 3 females are in an argument. Well, 2 females and a male. Male, the description is female. One in a gray jacket, the other in a white shirt and black jeans.
7386 Charlie.
7386 Charlie.
It is at the Sparkle Lake.
It is 11685. 11685.
73.
Yes.
7385 Charlie. Can I get a pass for Red Line 87?
11708. 11708.
I think we missed the sunset. Oh well. That McDonald's cut me. That McDonald's stopped cutting my time on the sunset. I think is at 7:23 today. And we'll end up. I'll get up to where I want to go. And we'll end the show at about 7:30. All right. Thanks for watching. By the way, we're in Lincoln Park.
Description on the platform, and there's no train transportation at the time.
Alrighty, found it.
4734.
4734.
I am clear with a positive.
We're heavy clear. Do you need the event again? 09899. 09899.
Thank you. 385 David.
385 David.
Let me get that number for 7 Hampton, the red line south, please.
Sure, 11768. 11768.
7385 Adam.
7385 Adam.
That number please for the red line, south terminal, upper level.
Good. On the south end is 11775. 11775.
Scott, can you repeat that please?
11775. 11775.
South 4. 73.
Oh, yeah, you can tell it's not real
38380. For 47 to red, please.
11780. 11780.
Everybody knows the difference. Those of you who've been watching my videos, and maybe those who haven't, I've been doing this for a long time. And when I had my other page, my other Facebook page, I had a lot more stuff on there. But do you notice differences of parts of the city and how they look? Have you guys seen that? Did you notice here a lot of stores open, people walking around? A little north of here was what? There was some open, some closed. Then we were in the other area where they were doing drugs and crack. Nobody around there. Kind of get it, right? Kind of get that, right? Why do you allow the crack, the drug addicts and the criminals and the gangbangers to run around on your streets? It destroys your business. It destroys the business. It has nothing to do with freedom. Zero to do with freedom. Nothing. It has to do with what? Urban terrorism, right? How did a kid get a gun and cars and shooting at other kids at a bus stop? And how come there wasn't cops protecting the kids? How come there wasn't cops protecting the kids at the bus stop at Hyde Park Career Academy today? You know why? Because the Chicago Teachers Union removed the police from the school. We used to have 2 armed police officers in the school. I knew them. I worked with them, right? With the gang intervention stuff. So, Hyde Park's shooting today could have been prevented. I don't know. But I know for sure we used to have police over there. And they used to hang at that corner too. So, would it have prevented a shooting? I don't know. Maybe if you had a cop there, maybe they wouldn't shoot at the kids at a bus stop. Maybe like at Benito Juarez, where there was a double murder under the bridge. A double murder under the bridge. There used to be a cop used to be parked at that under the bridge there, where those 2 students were murdered at Benito Juarez. That was what, 2-3 years ago? When they said they didn't have him there, that was the first thing J.D. Chow did, is lie. Said they didn't have it on CPS property. They had him right under the bridge. Guess what? Police used to be parked there. They removed them. The Chicago teachers removed the police. They even have it on their website. They removed the police. And now there's dead kids on school property. Maybe we should do some research. How many kids are dying on school property? So there you go. We're going to do a sunset. It's 7:30. Where's the sun at? I don't know, man. We missed the sunset. That's a little cloudy. There we go, right? We'll listen to a little news and then we'll shut down the broadcast. Thank you for watching.
Police have mishandled a deadly crash investigation.
This is Mike Krauser. A Joliet mother with 22 criminal convictions wanted for the alleged abduction of her son is arrested in Missouri. The child found safe.
Plus, President Trump's Treasury Secretary says the U.S. is ramping up its economic pressure on Iran. And WBDM Sports, the Cubs are still beating on the Phillies, 9-1 at the bottom of the 6th. And the Sox, well, there was a rain delay, but we're at the top of the 3rd with no score against the Tampa Bay Rays. And we know the Blackhawks are taking on the Sharks tonight. That's starting at 7:30. Should be coming on in just a second. We do have a flood watch through late tonight. A couple of showers and heavy thunderstorms around into early tonight. Any thunderstorms can be severe with damaging winds, hail, flash flooding, and even a tornado. We'll have the lingering clouds and a shower late tonight. It'll be a low near 60. And tomorrow we'll have clouds and intervals of sun with a shower or 2 around into early afternoon. Perhaps a rumble of thunder, but a high of 69 and a low of 48 degrees. Here's your top story. Mayor Brandon Johnson's veto of an attempt to freeze wages for restaurants and bar servers in Chicago has survived an override attempt at City Council. WBDM's Rob Hart has the details.
The proposal would have suspended the multi-year ordinance intended to phase out the so-called tip credit for workers in the hospitality industry, based on concerns that rising costs are forcing restaurants to cut hours and staff. Westside Alderman Gilbert Villegas.
This is just saying a pause. Not going back to the $9 figure that was there, but really a pause.
Alderperson Jesse Fuentes from Humboldt Park sponsored the original tipped wage phase-out.
It is not a moment to take away pay raises from people when everything around them is more expensive.
Fuentes also pledged to meet next week with leaders from all sides to talk about the burden on restaurants. The override attempt fell 4 votes short. Rob Hart, News Radio 105.9 WBBM.
Chicago's Inspector General has released her final report alleging major errors by some city police officials earlier this year.
The more than 50-page first quarter report from outgoing IG Deborah Witchburg covers a number of investigations between January 1st and March 31st, including a case in which a person was struck and killed by a car being driven by a Chicago Fire Department member. The report accuses several Chicago police officials, including 2 sergeants, of failing to properly investigate the incident by not interviewing witnesses on scene, not documenting discussions with the CFD driver, and turning off their body-worn cameras. As a result, Witzberg writes, potentially pivotal information was not communicated to CPD investigators, and OIG was precluded from conducting a full and complete investigation. The report recommends discipline for all officers involved. An IG official tells us they cannot reveal details about the incident. Andy Day, News Radio 1059 WBBM.
A 42-year-old Joliet woman wanted for alleged abduction of her child has been arrested in Missouri.
The Will County Sheriff's Office says Davina Davis was arrested along with 2 other women wanted for alleged crimes in Will County, and the child she's alleged to have abducted from his father's home was found safe. They were located in Sedalia, Missouri. Davis had lost custody of the boy. The Sheriff's Office says she has an extensive criminal history, 23 arrests, 22 convictions. Past allegations include homicide, weapons offenses, assault, sex offenses, and theft. The child is back with the father. Mike Krauser, News Radio 1059 WBBM.
Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent says the U.S. is ramping up economic pressure against Iran.
It's called Operation Economic Fury.
This is going to be the financial equivalent of what we saw in the kinetic activities.
Secretary Bessent says it includes freezing funds from the Iranian leadership held in international banks and imposing more sanctions.
We have told countries that if you are buying Iranian oil, that if Iranian money is sitting in your banks, we are now willing to apply secondary sanctions.
At the same time, the U.S. Navy continues its blockade against the Strait of Hormuz. Linda Kenyon, CBS News, the White House.
And one generation is dominating the housing market.
The National Association of Realtors says 42% of home buyers are boomers.
Even though millennials are the biggest generation in America, baby boomers are the biggest generation of home buyers today. They hold the wealth in the housing market.
NAR's Deputy Chief Economist Jessica Loud says multi-generational home buying is on the rise.
There's a lot of reasons to do so. Cost savings at the top of the line, certainly, but also elder care and child care really being solved in this, and Gen Xers squeezed in the middle.
Michael Wallace, CBS News.
And coming up after the break, we're going to take a look at the low gas prices.
We'll go out with some meditation music. Have a good night. Remove negative thoughts. About 5-10 minutes. We'll give it 5 minutes. Remove your negative thoughts. Relax. Thank you for watching SubX.News. Oh, that's a negative thought there.
384 Adam.
63rd, Rebel Light.
you enjoyed watching the show. We went long today, 4 hours. We got to cut the video. We appreciate everybody watching. Hope you had a great meditation there. I was relaxing. I was just thinking about nothing. And that's what meditation is about. Appreciate everybody watching. Let's say a prayer for the young man that passed away today, and hope that that young girl that's shot too gets out of the hospital quick and soon. Let's make a prayer for the families that got affected by violence today at the Hyde Park Career Academy on 63rd and Stone. We lost one young man, and another lady's in the hospital. Say a little prayer for that family. They need it. Take it easy, everybody. Appreciate everybody. Bye.